Trial resumed. Jury not present.
The court said, "Note your appearances, please."
Mr. Finkel said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Ryan Finkel, Justin Horton, Juliana Murray, and Micah Ferguson, who will be joining us shortly for the government. We're joined at counsel table by Special Agent Robert this morning.
Mr. Skirrick said, "Good morning, Your Honor." Scott Skirrick for the defendant, and I will be joined shortly by Mr. Kamraju, Ms. Schroff and Mr. Barkin, and we're at counsel's table with Mr. Guo.
The court said, "Please be seated. Is there anything before we start today?"
Mr. Finkel said, "Not from the government."
Ms. Schroff said, "No, Your Honor, not from us."
The court said, "So if you'll have the witness ready to take the stand by 8:59.
Mr. Finkel said, "We'll do that, Your Honor."
The court said, "Thank you."
Recess.
The court said, "Please get the jury."
Jury present.
The court said, "Please be seated." Good morning, jurors. Thank you again for coming back exactly on time. We're going to continue with the cross-examination of the witness. Ms. Lee, remember that you're still under oath.
Ms. Schroff said, "May I proceed, Your Honor?"
The court said, "You may."
Lee. Cross-examination continued. By Ms. Schroff.
Ms. Lee, let me direct your attention to Defense Exhibit 60497. Could you publish it, please? This is Leigh-Ann Lee, correct?
Yes.
And she goes by the name of Cornfield's sister, correct?
Yes.
You did not approve of her work product, correct?
Sorry.
Who did she work for?
I work for Miles Guo.
Who did she work for?
She worked for Miles Guo.
Which company did she work for?
G Fashion.
And you were not a fan of her design at G Fashion, correct?
Sorry.
You were not a fan of her designs at G Fashion, correct?
Not her design.
Now, you testified also that you were the leader of, you may take that down. Thank you. You were the leader of G Translators, correct?
Yes.
And you supervised somebody named Xian Sheng, correct?
Do you mean Xian Sheng?
I didn't hear her.
Do you mean Xian Sheng?
Xian, Sheng.
Yes.
And he complained about the way you treated him in the group, correct?
Once.
He left the group, correct?
Yes.
And he left because you mistreated him, he said, correct?
No.
He left with 17 other people who complained about the way you treated them, correct?
No.
17 people left from your group, correct?
Yes.
All at once, correct?
Some come back.
I could not hear you.
Some come back.
I did not ask you if some came back.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "Overruled." Did 17 leave?
The witness said, yes.
And there was a long discussion about all of these issues, right, during a meeting, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Guo was part of that meeting, correct?
Yes.
And they were part of the meeting, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of that meeting, correct?
Yes.
And during the meeting they complained, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Guo told everyone, look at yourself first before complaining about others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after this meeting that Mr. Guo had with these individuals, some of them came back, correct?
Yes.
And even after they came back, other people still complained about how you treated them, correct?
I don't know.
Let me show you what is marked as a defense exhibit, and it will get pulled up just momentarily. This is Exhibit 60499. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Sarah Wei.
And Sarah Wei worked with whom?
With Miles Guo.
Sure. Which group did she work for?
VOG.
And that is Voice of Guo, correct?
Yes.
And she was also somebody who started as a volunteer translator, correct?
Yes.
And you did not get along with her either, correct?
No.
And then you were part of the Iron Blood group, correct?
Sorry, who?
Was she part of the Iron Blood group?
No, she left.
She left the Iron Blood group? I didn't ask you if she left, ma'am.
She left before Iron Blood group.
before she left, she was part.
No. Iron blood group established after she left.
So she was never part of the Iron Blood group?
No, never.
And you did not like her, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move to the videos that you were shown. Let's talk about the videos that you were shown during your direct, right? You remember those?
Sorry.
You testified on direct with Mr. Ferguson, correct?
Yes.
And you were shown, I believe, 8 videos, correct?
Which video?
You were shown videos on the screen, and you testified about them, the broadcast?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes. Which one?
Let's start with GXVI 191.
Yes.
You remember testifying about this one?
Yes.
And this video is how long?
Nearly 2 hours.
Nearly 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
And you translated this video as part of your translation duties, correct?
Yes.
And you did that, you said, as part of request from Miles Guo, correct?
We translated all his broadcast videos, yes.
So let's pull up 192T, please. And if we could just make it larger. Do you recall being shown this document?
Yes.
And let's see if we can start with this paragraph that says, this is a verbal agreement, correct?
Yes.
You translated, not this document, but you translated the video that has this language in it, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Could you read that for the jury what it says?
This is a verbal agreement I want to reach with the Rule of Law Fund. And according to the basic requirements of New York State for C3 and C4 public welfare nonprofit organizations. Now as long 70% of all the money in it was donated by Wengui, it shouldn't be called Guo Wengui. It was donated by Guo Wengui's family foundation and related companies.
Thank you. And even though you didn't watch the complete video, you translated this as well, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled. Which translation are you referring to?
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll rephrase. You watched the complete video, correct?
Yes.
And you translated the complete video, correct?
I don't remember.
But you remember testifying that Mr. Guo trusted your group to do the translations, correct?
Yes.
And you translated every broadcast, you said that, right?
Not full. We not translated the full video. We translated the clips, but I don't remember this clips.
So you don't remember if this clip is even part of the video. Is that your testimony?
No, this is part of the video.
I'll move forward. Thank you very much. You may take that down. Now, you testified minutes ago that you listened to all of Mr. Guo's broadcast. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during his broadcast he discussed, did he not, the seizure of his assets, correct?
Yes.
He discussed the seizure of his assets in Hong Kong, correct?
Yes.
He discussed the Pax litigation, correct?
Yes.
He talked about somebody named Shan Wenjian, correct?
Yes.
He said he was a CCP spy, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Guo stated his belief that it was CCP who had instigated the Pax litigation, correct?
Yes.
And he had also broadcasted that he felt he was forced into declaring bankruptcy, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, hearsay.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
He said his bankruptcy is CCP persecuted.
Exactly. He said he was forced into it, correct?
Yes.
And he said that he felt forced into it because an unreasonable time had been imposed for him to pay back the money, correct?
I don't remember.
And you testified, did you not, about the unfairness of the bankruptcy trustee, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to hearsay. He said.
Ms. Schrofa said, it's not introduced for the truth of the matter.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, it's clearly hearsay.
The court said, step up, please.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
The court said, what is the purpose of these statements that you're eliciting now?
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, the purpose of it is to show that the government's theory of Mr. Miles Guo lying in his broadcast is not true. In fact, He said all kinds of things on his broadcast, including his financial situation. So when they put in that he was rich, he had a ton of money, it's equally responsive under the rule of completeness, number 1, to show that he was candid to all of the people watching his broadcast. But, number 2, it is irrelevant to any one of us eliciting this information whether or not Mr. Miles Guo's statement in itself is true or false. The fact is that he made the statement. It reflects his state of mind, which is an exception to the hearsay rule, and it is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They elicited that it was the PACS litigation that drove him here. They elicited information about the PACS litigation, and they elicit only clips from the broadcast. To complete that picture is the reason those questions are being posed. And it's 2 questions, this one and the next one, and then I'm done.
Mr. Ferguson said, if it's not being offered for the truth, we're okay with it coming in. Your Honor can make clear to the jury that those statements are not being offered by his defense lawyers for its truth.
Ms. Schrofa said, we have no objection. If the court deems it appropriate to instruct the jury that this is being offered to show Mr. Guo's state of mind at that time, and it's all it should be considered for.
Mr. Ferguson said, just offered not for its truth because she's referencing it wasn't just that he said it. The last question was he testified.
Ms. Schrofa said, I never said testified.
Mr. Ferguson said, he can't testify through the lawyers. So I think it would be appropriate to tell the jury the references in what he said out of court are not being offered for its truth.
Ms. Schrofa said, we have no objection.
The court said, that is what I will do.
Ms. Schrofa said, and I said, you testified, meaning she testified. It's right here. It's real-time read back. You should read it.
Mr. Ferguson said, if I misheard, I heard he.
The court said, all right. Let's go back.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, members of the jury, the statement that the witness said came from Mr. Guo and the statements that are, I expect, to be forthcoming from Mr. Guo are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. You may continue.
Ms. Schrofa said, I think I have to reapproach.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor. Respectfully, I ask the court to say they're being introduced to show Mr. Guo's state of mind at that time.
The court said, I don't think it's an appropriate instruction.
Ms. Schrofa said, Okay. Thank you.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, you may continue.
By Ms. Schrofa.
He also stated, did he not, that he felt that the bankruptcy trustee was acting improperly, correct?
Sorry, acting what?
Improperly, not properly.
He said the trustee is CCP spy.
And he also said, did he not, that the trustee had made $385 million in legal fees, correct?
I don't remember.
You received a subpoena from the bankruptcy trustee, correct?
Yes.
When you received the subpoena, you were in Australia, is that right?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the fact that a subpoena is a legal document, correct?
No, I don't know.
Did you look at the subpoena?
No, Miles Guo asked us to throw away.
I understand Miles Guo asked you to do all of these things. I understand that. My question to you was, did you read the subpoena?
No.
So you got a subpoena. You did not read it, but somehow or the other you knew it was a subpoena.
Yes, because from Paul Hastings.
From who?
From Paul Hastings.
From Paul Hastings?
Yeah, the trustee legal firm.
So you knew it came from a legal firm, correct?
Yes.
A legal firm has lawyers, correct?
Legal firm of trustee.
But they have lawyers, right?
Yes.
The lawyers sent you a legal document, correct?
Yes.
You told Miles Guo that you got a legal document, correct?
Yes.
And to tell him that you got a legal document, you have to know what the legal document is, correct?
I don't know, just legal document. Any legal document Miles Guo said throw away.
Any legal document?
Yes.
So, if you got a legal document about your daughter, you would just throw away?
The court said, sustained.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you.
Is it your testimony, ma'am, that you did not open the legal document?
Yes, not open.
You did not open it?
No,
How did you get the document, by the way?
by the mail.
Which mail?
FedEx.
Excuse me.
FedEx.
FedEx?
Yeah,
Federal Express?
yeah.
You got a Federal Express envelope from a law firm named Paul Hastings. You took the envelope and you threw it in the garbage. You did not even open the Federal Express envelope?
Yes,
You never opened the envelope itself?
yes,
Federal Express asked you to sign for receipt, correct?
yes,
Did you sign the receipt?
yes,
So you knew that you got the document. I'll take that back. Paul Hastings, you testified, is a law firm, right?
yeah.
And you did not at all. You were not at all curious why a law firm was reaching out to you?
Sorry.
I'll take that back. Now, there came a time, did you not, that you knew you were subpoenaed by the trustee, correct?
Yes,
And you knew the name of the trustee, correct?
yes,
And you knew how to get in touch with the trustee, correct?
yes.
How did you find out the name of the trustee?
Miles Guo broadcast.
So,
On broadcast, Miles Guo says the trustee is a Luke Despens. And his program explained the bankruptcy case in the broadcast.
so in the broadcast, Miles Guo told you that there was a trustee at Paul Hastings, correct?
Yes, and he also asked the translation task to translate this legal document for him.
And so you knew what the legal document was, correct?
Yes,
So you knew it was a subpoena, correct?
yes,
And you knew that's a legal document, correct?
yes,
And you know that if a legal document is issued by someone who is from the CCP, it still remains a legal document, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor. She's testifying."
Miles Guo told us.
The court said, overruled.
Miles Guo told us to throw away.
The court said, very compound question there, so if you'll just take it in bites.
You testified on direct yesterday, right?
Yes,
That, even if you're targeted by the CCP, you cannot scam. That was your testimony, right?
yes,
So even if you're sent a subpoena by CCP, you cannot avoid it, correct?
that time Miles Guo said throw it away. That time I totally trust him, so I throw it away.
Okay. So you totally trusted him and you threw it away, correct?
Yes,
So there was a time when you thought you could just ignore all legal documents because Mr. Guo told you?
yes,
Anything he told you, you would do, correct?
yes,
Anything?
yes,
When Mr. Guo told you not to pay the person in your farm for the G Club membership, you didn't listen to him, correct? You paid them that $10,000 back anyway, right?
yes,
So when you didn't want to listen to Miles Guo, you were able to not listen to Miles Guo, correct?
that's different.
No. My question is, you didn't listen to Miles Guo, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Your Honor, she can't just say no. She has to ask a question."
Ms. Schrofa said, I didn't ask if it was different.
Mr. Ferguson said, "She can't argue with the witness."
The court said, so you need to, if a question calls for a yes or no answer, you'll answer yes or no, or I don't remember, or I don't understand. You understand? You don't add additional information.
The witness said, okay.
Mr. Ferguson said, "Your Honor, some may be difficult to answer yes or no. It doesn't mean she can argue with the witness."
The court said, yes, that's right. There is some questions that are difficult to answer yes or no. And the witness is a very intelligent individual who will be able to discern whether she can answer yes or no. Go ahead.
By Ms. Schrofa.
He also asked you to move to Abu Dhabi, correct?
Sorry.
Miles Guo asked you to move to Abu Dhabi, correct?
Yes.
And you said no, correct?
Wrong.
Did you move to Abu Dhabi?
Because later he sent someone else, not me.
Let's try the question again. He asked you to move to Abu Dhabi, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go, correct?
No.
You said no, correct?
Wrong.
And after you said no, he sent someone else, correct?
I didn't say no. I said I prepared to go, but finally he sent someone else instead of me.
You recall meeting with these prosecutors and discussing this very topic. You discussed this topic with the prosecutors, correct?
Yes.
And you told these prosecutors while you were meeting with them, correct? That you never said yes or no to Mr. Guo about going to Abu Dhabi, correct?
No, I didn't say.
You then told these prosecutors that you didn't want to go for family reasons, correct?
No, I didn't say.
And that's why you didn't go, correct?
No.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Just 1 second, Your Honor, please. Do you recall telling these prosecutors that in reality you could not go to Abu Dhabi because you had family in Australia?"
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
You then told them, did you not, that you were asked to go there permanently, and you said no?
The court said, sustained.
Now, according to you, Miles Guo's broadcast took you to Paul Hastings, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, what do you mean took you to?
Ms. Shrofa said, I'm happy to rephrase. I was trying to move along. You found the trustee at Paul Hastings, correct?
Not me, Miles Guo said.
Without Miles Guo, you would not know where that trustee was, correct?
Yes.
And so Miles Guo told you where the trustee was, correct?
Yes.
And then you contacted the trustee all on your own, correct?
That's after I wake up.
Oh, yes. You woke up and then you went to the trustee, right?
Yes.
Right. But the only reason you found the trustee is because he told you where the trustee was, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Shrofa said, I don't think there was ever an answer. You then contacted the trustee all on your own, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Mr. Guo I'm going to contact the trustee, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to that trustee without anyone else ever finding out, correct?
The court said, how could she possibly testify as to what others knew? She can only testify as to what she knows.
Nobody from the Himalaya Alliance broadcasted that you were talking to the trustee when you reached out to him, correct?
I don't understand. Sorry.
In August of 2023, you reached out to the trustee, correct?
Yes.
You did not tell Miles Guo, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, we've covered this.
Yes.
You didn't tell Long Island David you were reaching out to the trustee, right?
Yes.
You told Long Island David?
I couldn't tell anyone Alliance.
Exactly. You told no one, right?
Yeah.
And you started talking to the trustee in August of 2023, correct?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified yesterday about social media, correct?
Which social media?
You testified about Mr. Guo's YouTube account, correct?
Yes.
You testified specifically that YouTube had suspended his broadcast ability, correct?
Yes.
And because they had suspended his broadcast ability, he couldn't broadcast, correct?
He started broadcast other platform.
Right. That was correct was GTV, right?
No.
Which other platform?
Twitter, Instagram, live stream and then Go Media.
And because of the issues he was having with broadcast, he thought of creating GTV. Is that correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, she can't testify as to what another person was thinking.
He told you what he was thinking, right, on the broadcast?
Mr. Ferguson said, he told her something. I don't know if she can get inside of his head, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You can answer. Did he say what he was thinking on the broadcast?
He said he wants to establish a media platform.
If you use that mic, we will all be able to hear you, please.
He said he's going to establish a media platform like YouTube, Twitter.
He said he wanted to establish a media platform?
He will.
Okay. And he told everyone in the broadcast that it would take time to build this platform, correct?
I don't remember.
And he told you that the platform would have to be, not you. Told people in the broadcast that the platform would have to be such that it would not be vulnerable to disruption attempts by the CCP. Correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, I just object on hearsay grounds, Your Honor.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
In April of 2020 is when you first heard of GTV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Guo announced it in a broadcast, correct?
Yes.
He announced he wanted to make or set up a platform to broadcast, correct?
No, April he said it's going to a private placement for GTV. That time GTV already existing.
And he said he wanted it to be just like Twitter or Facebook, correct?
Yeah.
And he told everyone on the broadcast that that was because YouTube had suspended his abilities, correct?
I don't remember.
And he said, did he not, that he was going to have a platform that had no censorship, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection, Your Honor. We're getting into offered for its truth."
The court said, if you'll step up, please.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I'm pretty sure this transcript is in evidence. They put it in.
The court said, so you're objecting on hearsay grounds?
Mr. Ferguson said, "Yes."
Ms. Shrofa said, off a transcript that's in evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, "You want to go through the transcript, that's fine."
Ms. Shrofa said, we'll be here all day.
Mr. Ferguson said, "And we certainly don't want that. We are just concerned about expanding the state of mind purpose for these sorts of questions into," he said this. He said that. They're testifying on cross. There's some discretion.
Mr. Kamraju said, Your Honor, they introduced the transcript without requesting any limine instruction.
Mr. Ferguson said, "That's because we're allowed to do that."
Mr. Kamraju said, once you put it in, we're allowed to reference it.
Mr. Finkel said, which transcript is it?
Mr. Kamraju said, transcript of April 2020.
Ms. Shrofa said, you want us to go through the whole transcript? We're happy to read it out loud, the whole thing.
Mr. Ferguson said, "We're interested in an efficient examination. I don't want to keep this sidebar longer. There's a line at some point about things Guo said continuing to come in this way."
Mr. Kamraju said, I'm trying to understand the objection. We are not allowed to refer to a part of the transcript that you already put into evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, not unless you use your client's statements to testify as though he were speaking. If you want to offer statements for his state of mind. The state of mind exception is I feel scared. I feel this.
Ms. Shrofa said, it's in evidence. I can have her read the entire transcript.
Mr. Finkel said, please don't yell at me.
Ms. Shrofa said, that's the federal rule of evidence.
The court said, here's my ruling. Mr. Guo needs the opportunity to assert a defense, and these statements will come in the words of a brilliant jurist, for what they're worth.
Continued on next page. In open court.
The court said, you may continue.
By Ms. Shrofa.
You testified, correct, Ms. Lee, on direct examination that Mr. Guo, according to you, talked about Israeli technology to create this platform, remember that?
Yes.
And when you were, as you say, working for Miles Guo, you helped him find such IT experts, correct?
Not this Israel technology. That's all from supporters.
But you helped place advertisements for IT experienced people, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he was looking to find engineers to build this platform, correct?
Yes.
You knew he was interviewing people to build this platform, correct?
Yes.
And you knew he wanted to find the most qualified people to build this platform, correct?
I don't know.
You placed the advertisements, correct?
Yes.
And you were hoping that good candidates would apply to the job description, correct?
Yes. The jobs, all the resume, I send it to.
I'm sorry. There's no question.
All the resume.
The court said, there's no question before you.
You wanted me to know all the resumes you got you sent to Miles Guo?
Yeah.
Okay. How many resumes did you get?
Many.
Many, right? Because it was a real job posting, right?
Yes.
And he reviewed all those resumes, right?
I don't know.
Now, you also testified on direct that you wanted to invest in GDV, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to invest, but your investment was part of the pool, correct?
Yes.
And your investment was with other people. How many other people do you recall?
About 5.
5 of them, right?
And MHM.
Was that 5 plus you, or 4 plus 1 that made 5 including you?
5 plus me.
And you put the investment in your name, is that right?
Yes.
Your name, your personal name, right?
Yes.
Even though it was pooled, you decided to put it in your name?
Everyone decide.
Oh, everyone decided to put it in your name?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that because you've testified several times yesterday because you trusted Miles Guo, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to characterizing what she said.
Yes.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
When you met with these prosecutors, you told them you were a cautious investor, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you thought that this platform would really work when they took down the CCP, correct?
That Miles Guo said so, I believed.
So you believed that the platform would be most successful after the CCP was taken down, correct?
Yes.
And Miles Guo believed that too, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, so she can't testify as to what he was thinking or believing. Sustained.
Let me show you what is marked in evidence. And maybe I'll just pull up the transcript rather than the video, is GX26T. You remember this document, ma'am?
Yes.
And not this translation. But you and your translator volunteers translated the video underlying this exhibit, correct?
I don't remember.
Well, let's see at page 2 where it says, please carefully read. You see that language?
Yes.
And what does it say, ma'am?
Please carefully read through all the documents to be signed for investment.
That's what Miles Guo said in the broadcast, correct?
No, in the private video.
In the private video?
Yes.
But you did everything Miles Guo ever asked you to do, correct?
Yes.
And he asked you to please carefully read through all the documents, correct?
Yes.
You can take that down. Now let's look at Government Exhibit K5. You recognize this document, Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, may I have the jury see it, please? If we could see the use of proceed chart. You were shown this particular page by Mr. Ferguson here, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked questions, were you not? If this chart indicated that Jeet V money would go into a hedge fund, correct?
Yes.
And you said it did not, correct?
Yes.
You received this document, correct?
Yes.
You never read it, correct?
Yes.
So no matter what it said.
At that time I didn't, yeah.
You never read it at that time, correct?
Yeah.
You invested without reading it, correct?
Yes.
And that's because Miles Guo said so, right?
The court said, are you asking whether Miles Guo said that she should invest without reading it?
Ms. Schrofa said, I take that back, Your Honor. I withdraw the question. You never read this document when you invested, right?
Yes.
So if this document had said 100% of this money is going to go to the hedge fund, you would not know, correct?
Yes.
Because you never read it?
Yes.
Let's show you Government Exhibit 165. 65, I think. Sorry. 65. You testified about this document, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony, ma'am, that you never read this document either?
Before I sign, I didn't.
I can't hear you.
Before sign, I didn't.
Before signing it, you didn't read it?
Yeah.
Let's just look at the top. This page that's before you.
Yeah.
You see some of it is in red?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
That's some update.
So, it's a track change in this document, right?
Sorry.
It shows you the changes, correct?
Yes.
And if I could go to the next page. You see on the top there is again a thing over there?
Yeah.
What does that mean to you?
There's some changes.
So when you're looking at this document, because there are changes there, you know it's a draft, correct?
It's not draft.
It's not a draft?
No.
So these changes that are highlighted in track does not tell you it's a draft?
No. This is the version I signed.
I didn't ask you if you signed it. It's possible to sign a draft version, right?
No.
You said you never looked at anything, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. That's not what she said.
You never read anything, right?
Yes.
So you wouldn't know if it's a draft?
But this we've been told to sign it.
I'm not following. Somebody told you to sign a draft?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
I don't know if it's draft or not, but to me it's a final because they asked me to sign it.
Who's they?
The Alliance.
The Alliance asked you to sign it?
Yes.
How many people are in the Alliance?
I don't know.
So how many people called you to tell you to sign this?
There's a customer service team for this new GTV platform.
But the customer service team is there to shoot down customer-related problems, right?
No, they send contract to us, email to us.
Right. They sent you an email, correct?
Yeah.
Just like Netflix sends you an email. You can open it or disregard it, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
No.
The court said, overruled.
No? If they send you an email, you have to open it?
Yeah, because we've been told that's the new GTV contract. We need to sign.
But there is no email that says you need to sign, correct? Ms. Lee, let me try it this way. You downloaded your emails and gave them to the prosecutor, some of them, correct?
Yes.
You gave them many documents, correct?
Yeah.
And you never gave them any document from the Alliance telling you that you must sign this document, correct? Let's go to the bottom of the document, shall we? Did they tell you that you must sign this electronically, or that you must sign it by printing it out and hand signing it?
Both. You need signature and print your name.
That's not my question.
So please repeat your question.
You said you had to sign it, correct?
Yes.
The Alliance told you you must sign it, correct?
Yes.
There's no email from the Alliance saying you must sign it, correct?
In Miles' Guo broadcast he said there's new GTV to replace the old GTV. So everyone need to sign if you invest the old GTV.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, that's non-responsive and move to strike.
The court said, overruled. You may continue.
So now it's no longer the Alliance. It's Miles' Guo's broadcast?
Alliance listened to Miles' Guo's direction.
But before you told me that it was the Alliance who told you, you must sign?
Yes.
So who from the Alliance told you that?
Mr. Ferguson said, we've been over this, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll move on. Can I go back to the top of the document? This is the document where you testified on direct, correct? That Mr. He was identified as a director, correct?
Who? Sorry.
Mr. Ferguson said, misstating the testimony, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Was Mr. He identified as a director in this document?
Sorry, who?
He. Horan. Was he identified as a director in this document?
Not in this document.
Right. So let me show you what is also in evidence as GXVI 34 and 35. Let's put them up side by side if we can for the jury. Ms. Lee, you testified about both these documents in your direct testimony with Mr. Ferguson, correct?
Yes.
Before you testified about these two documents, you and Mr. Ferguson reviewed them with each other, correct?
Yes.
When he was preparing you for testimony, correct?
Yes.
And the document on the left, right, that says 34 at the bottom. You see that is the email to which document 135 was attached, correct?
Which one?
I cannot hear you.
Which part? Which part are you talking about?
Which part am I talking about? On the left is the email that you received, right?
Yes.
And in that email chain the document on the right was attached, correct? It was an attachment to the email, right?
Yes.
And you received that email, right?
Yes.
And we know that because the email address shows LANMU, which is the beginning of your online name Mulan, correct?
Yes.
And this document is from a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And you can tell that because at the bottom it says it is from a lawyer, right?
Yes.
So if we can just scroll down and make sure that you got this email from a lawyer, right?
Yes.
And the document that was attached is to your right, correct? So if we could just take a look at the attachment that you received is on your right, correct?
Yes.
And you received it cause you opened this email, correct?
Yes.
And the document that you looked at, right, which is 35 in evidence, right?
Yes.
Is the resolution for FMV identifying Howren as the sole director, correct?
Yes.
So let's see. You got the email. You opened the attachment, correct?
Yes.
And then let's scroll down on the right-hand side, all the way down, just the whole document on 35. See. It says right there, right, who's the sole director, Howren he, correct?
Howren.
It's there, right?
Yes.
What's his title?
Sole director.
And you got the attachment, right?
Yes.
Now, are you saying that you never looked at this attachment either because Miles Guo told you not to, or did you look at this attachment?
I look at it because this lawyer asked me to sign.
So you read it, right?
Yes.
When you read it, you knew who the sole director was, right?
Yes.
Who's he the sole director of? FMV, right?
Yes.
This document is sent to you in September of 2022, September 10th, correct?
Yes.
And that is 7 months after the FMV confidential offering memo the government showed you, correct?
I don't remember.
You may take that down. Thank you. Could I have Government Exhibit 135, please?
Mr. Ferguson said, is this 6-135? I'm not sure what 135.
You see this document, ma'am?
Yes.
And you see the section where it says, is hereby resolved that?
Yes.
Could we just highlight it for her? This document resolved one person being removed as the company's authorized representative, correct?
Yes.
And then another person is substituted in, correct?
Yes.
Who is that? Tian Hao, who is that?
Hao Tian is one of Miles Guo's supporter.
Is it a he or she?
She.
Where does she work, do you know?
In New York.
Did you work with her, ma'am?
No.
Did you interact with her at all?
Yes.
And you and she didn't get along either, correct?
No, we get along.
You got along with her? Let me show what is marked as 6051.
Yes.
Who is that?
Hao Tian.
And your testimony is you got along with her, correct?
Yes.
And she was put in as the representative, correct?
Sorry.
The document that I just showed you noticed her as the representative, correct?
Yes.
And did you read that document?
I just tried to find where I sign. Where is my name I could sign?
Your name wasn't there, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't sign that document, right?
Yes.
But you read it, right?
Yes.
We can take that down. Let me move forward and talk to you about G Fashion, okay?
Okay.
G Fashion has a current website in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you've checked it, right, in 2024?
Yes.
You still check the G Fashion website, right?
Now I don't.
So sometime in 2024 you checked, but now you don't?
Yeah.
And you knew that G Fashion at one point had an office in Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
And from Los Angeles they moved to New York, correct?
Yes.
And then from New York it moved to Milan, Italy, correct?
Yes.
And G Fashion is now run by Lei and Li, who you testified before, correct?
Yes.
And it is still a functioning company now, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
When was the last time you looked at their website?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
I don't know.
Let me talk to you about NFSC, okay?
Yes.
You recall testifying on direct, did you not, that Mr. Guo announced the NFSC, right?
Yes.
And there were other people who were part of the announcement, correct?
Yes.
And you watched it, correct?
Yes.
You were very excited about it, correct?
Yes.
Because according to you back then you believed in Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
And you no longer do, right?
Yeah.
And the announcement was made. Mr. Bannon was there, correct?
Yes.
There was some gentleman named Daihong who was part of announcement, correct? Remember the soccer player from China?
I don't know who you're talking about. I do apologize. Apparently, I bungled his name. Let me show you what is Defense Exhibit 6512. You see that photograph? Yes.
Who is that?
Haidong.
And who is he?
He's one of Miles Guo's supporter and also used to be the chairman of Rule of Law Foundation.
He was also a famous soccer player for China, correct?
Yes.
Went to the Olympics for China, correct?
I don't know.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, I move that into evidence, please.
The court said, no objection.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 6512 received in evidence. By Ms. Shrofa.
He was a part of the announcement as well, right?
No, he just read the statement.
Could I have it published to the jury, please? He read a statement in support of NFSC, correct?
Sorry.
He made a statement on June 4th in support of the NFSC, correct?
Not that he made. He just read out the statement.
Tell me what is the difference?
It's not he produced this statement. He just read it.
How do you know he didn't produce it?
Because I know we prepared, our group member prepared.
Your movement prepared his statement?
Yeah. So other supporter write up this statement, and we prepare and send it to him copy. On that day, June 4th, he read out.
Right. And he made his changes, and then he read out the statement?
No changes.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, overruled.
And he now lives where, in Spain, correct?
Yes.
And he's still a Miles Guo supporter, right?
Yes.
And he spoke in support of the NFSC, correct?
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Shrofa said, I'll move on, Your Honor. You can take it down. Thank you. Now, the NFSC, Ms. Li, was the concept for a new type of government in China. Is that fair to say?
Please say it again.
The NFSC was a concept for a new type of government in China, correct?
At that time, I think it is. At that time, I think it is.
So according to you today, the new federal state of China is not a concept anymore, correct?
Yes.
It's not a concept?
It's a scam.
It's a scam according to you, correct?
Yeah.
So if anyone believes that there could be a new federal state of China is being scammed, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
The new federal state of China as a concept promoted democracy in China, correct? That was the goal, right?
We thought.
No, you thought. You can't speak for other people's thinking, correct?
I thought at that time.
You thought. Right. You don't know what any of these people here are thinking, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, excuse me, Your Honor. Can she answer the question?
The court said, counsel were directing the questions toward her, not toward the gallery.
I'm asking her. You don't know what anybody else thinks about the new federal state of China. Only what you think, correct?
All his supporters think the same, think this way.
What way? Your way or his way?
What Miles Guo said about new federal state of China.
Right. But you can only testify to what you are thinking.
At that time I believed him.
Ma'am, you've said that many, many times.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, objection to the commentary.
The court said, don't testify.
Ms. Li, do you know what everybody else thinks of the new federal state of China?
Mr. Ferguson said, can we move on, Your Honor?
The court said, everybody else. Who are you referring to?
Ms. Li, you can only speak to your opinion of the new federal state of China and not the opinion of other people, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. We've covered this. Asked and answered.
The court said, asked and answered. Sustained.
You joined a farm, correct?
I think Miles Guo picked up as a farm leader.
I really cannot hear you, ma'am.
Miles Guo picked me up to be a farm leader.
Right. But before he picked you up to be a farm leader, you were part of a farm, correct?
No.
You were not part of the translator group farm?
That's not a farm.
It's just a group?
Yes.
So Miles Guo told you to go be a farm leader, even if you were not part of the farm. That's your testimony?
Yeah.
And which farm was that?
Australian farm.
Which Australia farm? The Himalaya Australia farm.
Yeah.
And you joined that farm, correct? 2020, you recall?
Yeah.
And that farm is based in Sydney. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you left that farm, correct?
Yes.
You left that farm to form your own farm, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to form your own farm, right?
Sorry.
You wanted to form your own farm, correct?
No, Miles Guo asked me.
Miles Guo asked you to go open up a whole new farm in Sydney, Australia?
Yes.
And you did exactly what Miles Guo said. You opened up a farm, correct?
Yes.
And that farm was called the Athena Farm, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, I'm sure it was Miles Guo who told you to call it the Athena Farm, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained. Just ask her questions.
Who picked the name?
I picked the name and approved by Miles Guo.
So you picked the name. He approved it, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, am I correct that if he had not liked the name, you would have changed the name? Correct?
Yes.
And this was in February of 2021, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember when you formed your own farm?
In 2021.
A follower could join your farm, correct, if he wanted?
Yes.
They could leave your farm if they wanted, right?
Yes.
They could go from your farm to a different farm, correct?
Yes.
People were allowed to move around, correct?
Yes.
You didn't stop them, right?
Stop what?
You didn't stop followers from leaving your farm, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you stopped them or you allowed them to.
I don't stop them.
You did not stop them, right?
Yeah.
Now, you testified about the translator group. You were supervising about 100 people at one point, correct?
Yes.
And of these 100 people, when they wanted to leave you or your group, they could also leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't stop them either, right?
Yes.
Because they were all volunteers?
Yes.
And you testified at some point yesterday about something called the blacklist, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you were on a blacklist if you criticized Miles Guo, right?
Sorry.
You testified on direct that if you dare to criticize Miles Guo, you would be put on a blacklist, correct?
Miles Guo will tell us who go to the blacklist.
Miles Guo authorized who was put on the blacklist?
Yes.
And he circulated this blacklist to you, right? How many people were on this blacklist?
I don't know.
10 people, 30 people, 100 people?
More than 10.
Less than 100?
I don't remember.
There was no blacklist that was ever circulated, correct?
It's on the Getter.
It's on Getter posted, right?
Yes.
But that's not a blacklist. That's the name you're using, right?
No, that's blacklist account.
It's a blacklist account?
Yeah, everyone can see it. It's public.
That account, anyone can put in a name, correct? Anyone can put a name onto that blacklist, correct?
No.
No?
Only approved by Miles Guo.
I didn't ask you if it was approved by Miles Guo, ma'am. I asked you if anyone could put in a name on that list.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the commentary.
The court said, are you asking whether anyone could add a name to the list?
Ms. Schrofa said, yes.
The court said, you can answer that question.
No, not anyone.
Not anyone?
Yeah.
Your testimony is only Miles Guo runs the Getter account to add the name?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled.
Can you say it again?
Your testimony is that only Miles Guo can add a name onto the black list on the Getter account. Is that your testimony?
Approved by Miles Guo.
Ma'am, you understand the difference between doing something and someone approving something. Two different things, right?
Alliance will add.
My question is, Other people were allowed to and did put in names on any list on Getter, correct?
Alliance has people in charge. There's the people in charge.
Right.
This blacklist.
And it's not just Miles Guo, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, she can't finish her answer, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, I can't hear her, frankly. I don't know when she's finished.
The court said, if you'll speak up, please.
People in Alliance who in charge of blacklist will post on this Getter account.
Getter is like Twitter, correct?
Yes.
People would post, correct, just like on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And people would respond, correct?
Yes.
You did not get any actual list of a blacklist from Miles Guo, correct? In your WhatsApp messages group. Miles Guo never sent you a list and said, this is my blacklist set of people, correct?
He would say.
Listen to the question.
He would say put this person into that blacklist.
My question to you was, and let me try again, Mr. Guo never sent you a list saying these are the names on my blacklist, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, she's answered the question, Your Honor.
The court said, you may answer.
Please say it again.
All right. Let's try it again. He sent you many documents on the WhatsApp group, correct?
Yes.
He sent you document to translate, correct?
Yes.
Documents to read, correct?
Yes.
He never sent you a document called the blacklist, correct?
He sent a name of this blacklist.
Just one name?
Not just one. Anyone he thinks should go to blacklist, he sent their name.
Okay. So on a given day, he would say this person should be on a blacklist because he criticized the alliance. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But he never sent you a list, right?
Yeah.
No, right?
No.
Okay. That's all I was asking. You also testified on direct about protests, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you did not personally participate in any protest yourself, correct?
Yes.
You never went, right?
Yes.
You never went because you never wanted anybody to know your face, correct? Yes or no?
No.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Schrofa.
The protests that you were asked about yesterday, they occurred in the United States, correct?
Sorry. Which protest do you refer to?
The protests you testified about, ma'am, just yesterday. Do you remember that?
There's many we mentioned.
There were many protests mentioned yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's start with the protest they showed you the photo about, okay? I will pull up the photo for you. Ms. Schrofa said, can we show her the exhibit, please? I'll start anyway. You talked about 2 protests yesterday, correct? You remember that or no?
No, more than 2. Many.
I'm sorry?
Many, not more than 2.
You said there were many protests, correct?
Yeah.
And then you talked specifically about 2 of them. Do you recall that?
Which one?
You discussed in your direct testimony yesterday a protest where people were smashing or punching each other in the face, correct? You remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember, you said somebody was punched in the eye, correct?
Yes.
And then you testified on direct that Miles Guo said, good job, correct?
Yes.
About the punch, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were not at these protests, correct? Because you were in Australia, right?
Yes.
And you were there along with your husband and daughter, correct?
No. We were watching the broadcast.
Okay. But you were watching the broadcast of that protest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you followed that broadcast, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you watched the protest as it was happening live, correct?
Yes.
Because you were part of the protest at that time, correct?
I'm not part of that protest.
But you were watching it, right?
Yeah.
And by watching it, you're supporting it, correct?
Yes.
So you were part of the protest? Is it fair to say, ma'am, if you don't support something, you don't watch it?
I watch it because it's Alliance broadcast.
But the Alliance is not watching what you're doing in your home in Australia, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to relevance.
The court said, sustained.
Nobody's forcing you to watch the broadcast, right? You're in your home in Australia?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, sustained.
Where were you watching the broadcast from?
From Australia.
We're in Australia.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the line of questioning about where she lives, Your Honor.
The court said, we don't need the specifics about that.
Nobody's asking for an address, ma'am. Just where?
In Australia.
Mr. Ferguson said, why is it relevant where in Australia, Your Honor?
The court said, were you in your home?
The witness said, I don't remember.
Okay, but you remember watching the protest, right?
Yeah.
And you watched the violence in the protest, correct?
Yes.
And you continued to watch more protests even after seeing the violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you kept following the protests even if they were violent, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those protests occurred in the United States, right?
Yes.
Okay, and as a result of those protests, you remember that the Rule of Law Foundation took certain steps, correct? Let me see, do you remember that or no?
Can you say it again? Rule of law what?
Took certain steps, correct? They did certain things to make sure that that didn't happen again, right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let me show you something that might refresh your recollection. Ms. Strofa said, may I approach, Your Honor?
The court said you may.
Ms. Strofa said, can you just pull it up for her actually? It's DX 60511. Would you take a look at the document for me, please?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, and if I could just have the jury doesn't have it, right? Okay. And if you could just look at the top, 4th and 5th line. It's from the words, if you.
Sorry. I can't hear. Which line?
They're going to highlight it for you, but it says, if you. It's the second line of the second paragraph at the end, on the right side.
Yes.
Okay. Now do you recognize this document, the logo on the top of the document?
I don't remember.
I didn't ask you if you remembered. I asked you if you recognized. Do you recognize this document? The logo on the top?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay. And if you could just show her the bottom of the document. Okay. And right up there before that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that signature block?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
I don't remember.
I know you don't remember. My question is, do you recognize it?
I don't recognize.
Okay. And does this document help refresh your recollection that the Rule of Law put out a memo that said, if you demonstrate?
Mr. Ferguson said, she can't read from a document not in evidence, Your Honor.
The court said, sustained.
Does this refresh your recollection that the Rule of Law did something about the violence at the pro?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
Ms. Strofa said, that was.
The court said, I'll allow the question.
Does this document, the paragraph that is before you, refresh your recollection that the Rule of Law Foundation took steps to ensure that there was no more violence at protests? Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So there was violence and then the Rule of Law said, you cannot do that anymore, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, Miles Guo runs the Rule of Law Foundation, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, I think perhaps we can take the document down. She maybe thinks she's being asked about the document.
The court said, are you finished with the document?
Ms. Strofa said, I'm happy to have it taken down. According to you, Miles Guo ran Rule of Law, right?
He told us what to do, some issues in Rule of Law.
Okay, so he told you to make sure and stop the violence at the protest, correct?
I don't know what running means.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure, running the Rule of Law. What do you mean running it?
You said he was in charge of the Rule of Law Foundation, right?
I didn't say that.
You said he made you director, correct?
Yes.
You said everybody listens to only Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
And people only do what Miles Guo tells them to do, correct?
Yes.
So when Miles Guo said stop the violence, everybody stopped the violence, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, overruled.
Yes or no?
This not Miles Guo said.
So this time it's not Miles Guo speaking.
This document said.
I'm sorry?
Document said.
But the document is from Rule of Law Foundation, correct?
Yeah.
And he is able to do anything he wants under Rule of Law Foundation, according to your testimony yesterday.
But I don't know about this document.
Okay, we'll move on. Let me direct your attention to the protest from the SEC that you testified to yesterday, okay? Remember that?
Yes.
That was also because of Miles Guo, according to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said at that time, that the SEC was infiltrated by the CCP, correct?
Yeah, that's Miles Guo said.
Right. And you only believed that because Miles Guo said that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have an understanding whether Miles Guo believed that the SEC had been infiltrated by the CCP?
I'm sorry. Please say it again.
Did you have an understanding that Miles Guo himself believed that the SEC had been infiltrated by the CCP, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection. It sounds like she's testifying.
The court said, are you asking whether she believed that Mr. Guo believed that the CCP had infiltrated the SEC?
Ms. Schrofa said, I'm asking her understanding. Yes, Your Honor, exactly.
The court said you can answer.
I believe.
Okay. And he had broadcasted that he had in fact been targeted, correct?
I'm not sure what's the issue you're talking about?
He broadcasted that he was targeted by Broidy, correct?
Yes.
He broadcasted that he had been targeted by George Higginbotham, correct?
Yes.
And he broadcasted that he had been targeted by the United States government, correct?
Yes.
And that was only because people like Broidy and Higginbotham were working for the CCP and trying to get him hurt through the United States, correct?
I don't know.
But you watched the broadcast where he said that, correct?
Yeah.
And you knew that George Higginbotham had been convicted of doing such things, correct?
I don't know.
And you didn't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you know that he was convicted of acting as an agent of China?
That's Miles Guo said.
Okay. And Miles Guo said that Higginbotham had tried to get Trump to send him back to China, correct?
Yes.
And he said that you heard it and you believed it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who George Higginbotham is?
I don't know.
Do you know who Broidy is?
I don't know.
Okay. Now you've talked many times about this concept called the Alliance, correct?
Yes.
And the Alliance had meetings, right?
Yes.
And where were these meetings?
Where?
Yeah.
Online.
Online. What format did they use? I'll rephrase that. That might be a difficult question for you. How were the meetings conducted on WebEx, Zoom, which one?
WebEx.
On WebEx, correct? And you participated in them from Australia, correct?
Yes.
And there was a concern that those meetings could be hacked, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you participated in those meetings, did you ever show your face or did you use an avatar of Mulan, like from the movie?
Yes, not show the face.
So you took the movie photo of Mulan, right?
Yeah.
And when everybody was participating in that WebEx, your square was the avatar of Mulan, correct?
Everyone is like that.
No, not Mr. Guo, right? Everyone.
Except Miles Guo.
How about Long Island David?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, right? Not all the time, right?
Yeah.
There were people who showed their face, right?
Yeah.
Sarah Wei showed her face, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not true that everybody used an avatar, correct? I'll move on. The Himalaya Alliance had meetings, correct?
Yes.
All the leaders came to the meetings if they could, correct?
Yes.
These meetings, they had conversations about what to do next as part of the alliance, correct?
Yes.
And people voted on those issues, right?
No.
There was no vote?
No.
So if 5 people wanted to do something and 6 people didn't want to do it, what would happen?
Miles would decide.
But Miles Guo wasn't at all the meetings.
Final decision, Miles Guo decide.
So,
We would report to Miles Guo.
I'm sorry?
We would report to Miles Guo.
You would report to Miles Guo even if it was a unanimous agreement that everybody should do something. That's your testimony?
Sorry. Can you say it again?
If everybody agreed to do something, even if everybody agreed, you would still go to Miles Guo. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Approved by final decision, approved by Miles Guo.
Okay. I understand approved by Miles Guo. You keep saying that. My question to you was there a decision-making process within the alliance?
No.
Okay. So there was no decision-making process. Miles Guo decided everything. But the alliance leaders would have long meetings to do nothing but give the information to Miles Guo?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form. She's testifying.
The court said, sustained.
All the farm leaders went to these meetings, right?
Yes.
During the meeting, the farm loan program was discussed, correct?
Yes.
They talked about what the program consisted of, correct?
Sorry.
The farm leaders discussed the program, correct?
Yeah.
How many times did the farm leaders discuss the farm loans program?
I don't remember.
5 times?
I don't remember.
And Miles Guo wasn't at all of those meetings, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember a single meeting when Miles Guo was present?
Yes.
Okay. And when Miles Guo was present in the meeting, you tell me if I'm wrong, all the farm leaders talked with each other and with Mr. Guo, correct?
Yes.
And you were part of that group, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes you wanted him to do something or you wanted the group to do something and others said no, correct? You wanted more money for your farm, other people said no, correct?
No, never.
No, never? Nobody ever said no to you, right?
No, I never asked.
You never asked?
To do something, yeah.
The court said, you have to let her answer. Go ahead.
I never asked from me to do something, no, not from me.
As the farm leader, you never asked for anything at all in the alliance meetings? That's your testimony?
Ask what?
Anything. You had a group that you were responsible for, your followers, right?
Yes.
Each farm leader had people who were following that farm, correct?
Yeah.
The farm leader is the one who speaks for them at these meetings, correct?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that you never spoke up for any of the followers in your farm?
No.
No, that's not your testimony?
I don't remember.
Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about what you testified to yesterday, the Iron Blood Group, okay?
Yeah.
And at one point the Iron Blood Group was about 20 people, correct?
Yes.
And then it grew, correct? Could you keep your voice up for me, please?
Yes.
Okay, that's the only way the jury can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. And starting in March of 2021, you were in that group, correct?
April 2021.
So you recall it wasn't March, but it was April, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the Iron Blood Group had meetings, correct?
Yes.
And in the Iron Blood Group itself, one person had one vote. Is that right?
No.
So did one person have more than one vote or nobody had any votes?
No votes.
No votes.
We just do what Miles Guo told us.
You just do what Miles Guo tells you, correct?
Yeah.
And even though Miles Guo was going to do whatever he wanted to do, everybody had these very long meetings, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, object to form.
The court said, sustained.
Did you have long meetings as part of the Iron Blood Group?
Yes.
People came, correct?
Yes.
People talked in the Iron Blood Group meetings, correct?
Yes.
People raised issues in the meetings, correct?
Yes.
People raised issues about personnel issues, right?
What issue?
Personnel. Human resources, personnel.
Yes.
In fact, one of the issues that was raised was your inability to get along with people in the Iron Blood Group, correct?
No.
Well, you were thrown out of the iron blood group for a while, right?
Yes.
And then they let you back in, right? They gave you a timeout.
Yes.
Okay. And they gave you a timeout because other people in the iron blood group complained about you. Correct?
No. That's wrong. Because Miles Guo said something broadcast, I not agree.
So Miles Guo said something in the broadcast, you didn't agree?
Yeah.
So he threw you out of the iron blood group? Is that your testimony?
No. I left by myself.
Excuse me?
I left by myself.
You resigned from the iron blood group. You knew how to resign from a group that he had complete control over, correct?
Yeah.
You knew how to walk away, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, you did walk away, correct?
Yeah.
So when you wanted to walk away, you could, correct?
Yeah.
Nobody forced you to come back to the iron blood group, right?
No.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Okay.
They add me back.
They asked you back? You could have said no, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, the witness said add, not asked.
The court said, I'm sorry. What did you say? Did you say they asked?
The witness said, add me back to that group. They add me. Miles Guo add me back to that group. By Ms. Schrofa.
And you could have said no, right? Just like you said no the first time when you left? You could have changed your phone number, correct?
Yes.
You could have left and not downloaded the WhatsApp application on your iPhone, correct?
Yes.
You could have just swiped and deleted WhatsApp from your phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's talk about these refunds that you testified about yesterday, right? You remember that?
Yes.
You testified about people on the farms wanting refunds, correct? On your farm. One of the people wanted a refund on G Clubs, right?
Yes.
And you decided, even though Miles Guo said no, to give him the refund anyway, correct?
Yes.
And you decided it was different because he was your follower, correct?
Not my follower, because he contributed a lot.
According to you, he contributed a lot, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure he was okay, correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure he was okay even though Miles Guo was telling you no, correct?
Yes.
And you did it anyway, correct?
Yes.
And so you're capable of doing things Miles Guo tells you not to do, correct?
It depends.
Depends, right? Now let's talk about the money you got, okay? You testified that in July of 2021, the Alliance paid you 10 grand a month, correct?
Yes. Not Alliance. The Rule of Law Foundation.
The Rule of Law Foundation paid you 10 grand, right?
Yes.
And the Rule of Law Foundation paid you 10 grand because you were part of the IBG group, right?
Yes.
When you were out of the IBG group, you got 5 grand, correct?
Yes.
And beginning in August or September, you tell me. 'Cause I don't know the date, you were paid by the Alliance as well. Is that correct?
Which time? What time?
September or August of 2022.
Yes.
You were paid in H coin, correct?
Yes.
1,500 H coins a month, correct?
Yes.
And other farm leaders got less than that, correct?
Yeah, farm leader and the iron blood group's different, yeah.
Ms. Schrofa said, I could not hear her, Your Honor. I apologize.
Iron blood group is 1,000 H coin, farm leader.
I can't.
Iron blood group is 1,000, receiving 1,000 H coin, and the other farm leaders received 500 H coin. And the farm CEO received from 300 H coin.
You don't mean Iron Blood Group received that H coin, you mean if you were a member of Iron Blood Group. You received that H coin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So all totaled, because you were a farm leader, because you were in the Iron Blood Group, and because of whatever else you did, you got a total of 1,500 H coins a month, correct?
Yes.
And that is in addition to the 10 grand you also got, correct?
No.
You stopped getting the 10 grand from the Rule of Law Foundation?
Yes. It's only for 1 year.
Right. You got it for the whole year, and during that time you got both, correct?
No. Only coin.
For 1 year, Rule of Law Foundation paid you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then H-Coin paid you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it is your testimony now, because I just want to make sure it's clear the two did not overlap. According to you, is that?
No overlap.
Okay. So when you were paid the 1,500 H coins, you would then immediately convert it into the H dollar. Correct?
No.
You didn't convert it to the H dollar?
No.
What did you do with the coins?
Just keep there, because that time Himalaya exchange is not working. You can't redeem the money.
I could not hear you. I'm sorry.
Himalaya exchange that time stopped working, you can't redeem the money from it.
Right. But that was at some point. Before that, you could redeem it, correct?
No. That's after. We got our H coin already.
Right.
The Himalaya exchange can't redeem the money out.
Right. And then after that, you could redeem it, correct?
No.
You could never redeem your H coin, is that?
No.
You have to let me finish, ma'am.
Until now, it can't.
Okay. You could not redeem your H coin, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, we've covered this. Asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Ma'am, my question to you is whether you were able to convert, not redeem.
Mr. Ferguson said, Same objection.
The court said, you can use the new word convert. Go ahead.
If you could convert your H coin into HDO without redeeming, you could do that, correct?
Yes.
And you did that, right?
I did some.
You did some, correct?
Yeah.
And you decided how much to convert. That was your decision, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have to check that one with Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
Correct? Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This Miles Guo asked every farm leader and Iron Blood Group member have to create their job and working full-time for Alliance. That's the reason I have to create my job to work for the Alliance as Iron Blood Group.
Ms. Schrofa said, I move to strike. There was no question. But thank you for keeping your voice up.
Mr. Ferguson said, It's responsive to the line of questioning, actually, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, there was no question pending.
The court said, the answer is stricken.
By Ms. Schrofa.
There came a point when you took $30,000 out of the Himalaya exchange. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you took that $30,000 and then you put that $30,000 into your own bank account, correct?
Yes.
And there was nothing wrong with that because that was yours to take, correct?
Yes.
And you made that decision without Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now the H coin itself was launched in November of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And the pre-launch offering of that coin was at 10 cents a coin, is that correct?
Yes.
And the amount of coins you could get, you correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, depended on the contributions you had made to the movement, correct?
And your investment and donation, everything together.
I hadn't gotten there, ma'am. So one factor was the work you did for the movement, correct?
Yes.
The second factor was how much you had invested, correct?
Yes.
The third factor was what type of work and volunteering you did, correct?
Donation.
Okay. There was also donations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But somebody who volunteered 30 hours would be getting less coins than somebody who volunteered 100 hours. Correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And you were able to purchase $6,000 worth of H coin at 10 cents a coin, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the farms themselves also received H coin, correct?
No.
They never received any. Farm leaders did not receive H coin to distribute to their farm people.
No.
So there was no distribution to fellow fighters at all. That's your testimony.
That's from Rule of Law Foundation.
Okay.
Farm get grant from Rule of Law Foundation.
Right. The farm got the grant, and then they passed it on to the people within their farm, correct?
Yes.
That was up to the discretion of the farm leaders, such as you, correct?
Sorry.
That was up to the discretion of the farm leaders, such as you, correct?
No. We were approved by rule of law.
I understand. But you decided how to allocate it, correct?
No.
Okay. So rule of law decided what each fellow fighter would get. That's your testimony?
But in the farm, not I decide. We have the rule in our farm, not I decide.
But you were the farm leader, right?
Not decided by myself. They had to meet certain rules.
Okay. Tell us the rules. Who did you consult with about these rules?
My farm have group leaders. We discussion all the rules.
Okay. You picked the group leaders, right?
Yeah.
Because you were the leader.
Yeah.
Right. So you discussed these issues with the people you picked, correct?
Not I picked. Some is voluntarily want to be the group leader.
Right. But you picked which volunteer to pick. If there were 10 volunteers and you could only have 5, you chose the 5, right?
Not I choose. I accept.
So if everybody in the farm wanted to be your second in command, you would accept everybody.
Sorry? Can you say it again?
Sure. You were the farm leader?
Yes.
You picked who would be your group assistant, correct? You could choose.
Not I pick.
Okay.
If someone waiting to that position, you accept.
Right. But what if 10 people wanted one position? Who would choose?
Never happened.
Nobody volunteered. Never more than one person volunteered for any position in your group.
No. No.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, overruled.
Okay. You also testified yesterday about G clubs and G fashion, correct?
Yes.
And you testified about the G club's memberships, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that it entitled you to a discount in G fashion, right?
Yes.
Did you use that discount?
Yes.
Did you appreciate G fashion or you didn't like it?
Before, I like it, but now, I don't like it.
Okay. Well, we understand. But did you like it back then?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use it?
Yes.
And did you feel that that was a benefit conferred upon you?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time, Ms. Lee, when you became aware that there were logistical issues with the G Club's membership?
I don't understand. What do you mean logistic issue?
There were people who complained that they'd applied for the G Clubs and they were still waiting for approval. Correct?
Yes.
That was mainly because of a problem with Crane, correct? You testified about Crane also, correct?
I don't know the reason.
I cannot hear you.
I don't know the reason.
Okay. So there were some things you just didn't know, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now on direct testimony, you also talked about something called AIAI, correct?
Yes.
What does AIAI stand for?
I don't know. That's Miles Guo said, the new platform's name.
You don't know?
I don't know.
All you know is Miles Guo said it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified on direct that, did you watch a broadcast about AIAI?
Yeah, he said in the broadcast.
No. My question to you is, was there a broadcast? I take that back. Could you repeat your answer for me? He said that in a broadcast. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And that broadcast, you translated it?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. And do you have a copy of that broadcast where he talks about AIAI?
You mean I have a copy now or what?
Sure. Do you have a copy? Did you send it?
No.
No, not now, but you have a copy, right?
I don't remember.
Did you give a copy to the prosecutors?
I don't remember.
Do you remember ever translating it?
Translating which one?
Anything about AIAI.
I don't remember.
And you don't even know if there is a video of this AIAI, right?
No, I watched the live broadcast.
You watched a live broadcast, correct?
Yes.
But every live broadcast he ever made was saved, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have it, right?
I don't have right now. I can find it for you.
Did you find it for the prosecutors when you talked to them about AIAI?
I don't remember.
They asked you if you had that broadcast, correct, when you prepared with them.
No.
They did not ask you for a video of AII.
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
They asked you about all of the other broadcasts, correct?
No.
They asked you about at least 8 broadcasts because you testified to them, right?
Yes.
Right. So the one broadcast they did not ask you if you had a video of was AII, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. You prepared for this testimony here, right?
Yeah. No.
Well, what did you meet with them 13 times for?
I tell them the truth, give them everything.
13 times?
Yes. Not sure. I don't know.
So you met with them all these times just to make sure you were telling the truth, nothing else, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were telling the truth about the things you were going to talk about today, correct? The same exact things.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Well, what else did you prepare for other than Miles Guo?
Sorry. Can you say it again?
What other things did you prepare for other than testimony surrounding Miles Guo? Let me try it this way.
I don't prepare anything.
You didn't prepare. I didn't ask you if you prepared a document, ma'am. That's not my question. But in any event, you did send the prosecutors a lot of documents, right?
Yes.
You sent them a lot of emails, correct?
Yes.
You sent them a lot of links to many videos, correct?
Yes.
You emailed Mr. Ferguson over here, correct? This man right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And you sent them many links, but not a link of this AII video, correct?
I don't remember.
All right.
Too many videos.
Too many videos, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But I'll move on. By the way, did they show you a video of AII?
I don't remember.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Let's pull up, please, GX6114. This document, you were shown this document, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, and is it published for the jury? If we could just show her, please, page 2, page 3, page 4. Do you recognize this document, ma'am? You don't recognize it?
I recognize this A15 contract.
You read it, right?
Not everything.
But you read something.
Just first page.
You only read the first page.
Yeah.
Okay. How about the last page?
No.
Okay. What is Ampleforth Capital?
The supporters sent money to this company.
What is that company?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. You collected money from your farm.
No. They can direct send there.
They can direct send there, right?
Yeah.
You had nothing to do with this, right?
Yes.
Okay. The only reason you were able to testify about it is because you reviewed it with Mr. Ferguson. Correct? You can take that.
Can you say it again?
Sure. Mr. Ferguson showed you this document when you two met in his office, correct?
I showed him.
Right. And then you two looked at it together, correct?
Yes.
And then you reviewed it, right?
Not page by page.
Page by page, every other page, you reviewed it with him, right?
Just first page.
Just the first page. Even with Mr. Ferguson, you only looked at the first page.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Do you know if the prosecutor picked or chose which page to show you?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Ms. Schrofa said, and if I could just show her the second page, please. You never looked at the second page, right?
I don't remember.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. All right. We can take that down. Now you recall that on direct testimony you were shown documents showing money sent to Abu Dhabi, correct? Do you recall that? You know what? I'll come back to that topic. Let me show you what is in evidence as GX6190T. That's the transcript of a video. Ms. Schrofa said, 190, 190. Do you remember testifying about this document?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And if I could just have the first top part made bigger. All right. And on the top left corner, you see how it says U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes.
That's Mr. Ferguson's office, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And you don't know if he works for the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I don't know.
Who do you think he is? What is your understanding about Mr. Ferguson?
Prosecutor.
Okay. So you know he's a prosecutor on this case, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And he showed you this document, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he pointed you to this issue of the incentive mechanism, correct? You see that language?
Yes.
Okay. And then below that, it explains what the incentive is, correct?
Yes.
And it says, for anyone who it should say brings, but for anyone who bring new fellow fighters in, there will be incentive for them, correct?
Yes.
There are awards of 3.5%, 5.5%, and 7.5%, correct?
Yes.
This is like refer a friend, get a reward, correct?
Yes.
Many companies do that, correct? If you refer a friend, you get a discount, right?
But this not really happen.
I didn't ask you that question, but if you'd like to volunteer it, that's okay. But my question was, this incentive program is no different than any other incentive program, correct?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with incentive programs in general?
No.
There are no incentive programs in Australia.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
I don't know.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, you can take that down. Now let me show you what is marked as Government Exhibit 6101. Ms. Lee, on direct testimony, you were. Ms. Schrofa said, it's okay. You can take that down. I'll come back to it. Ms. Lee, on direct testimony, you were asked about a place called Mawa, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified to the effect of. Ms. Schrofa said, actually, let me see if I can pull up that document for you. It's GX29, 629. You recall being shown this document and testifying about it, correct?
Yes.
I haven't shown you the document yet. Hold on. Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, apparently we're having some kind of system problem. I apologize. The jurors don't have it. Your Honor.
The court said, it's not on the jurors' screens. Now is it there?
The juror said, no.
The court said, all right. So can you move to a different question?
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll come back to this.
By Ms. Schrofa.
And I'm going to try and ask you some questions without the document in front of you.
The juror said, it's there.
Ms. Schrofa said, oh, now it is? Okay. All right. Here it is. Could you take a look at this document? You testified about this particular document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, Dear Anrin, correct?
Yes.
And Anrin, as you testified, is Aaron Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
And who's Aaron Mitchell? Could you keep your voice up?
Okay. Miles Guo's lawyer.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. Is the document? It's not back on? It's off again? Okay. I'll do it without. Your Honor. May I just continue without the document?
The court said, you may attempt to do that. Go ahead.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay.
By Ms. Schrofa.
You remember testifying about this document, right? Ms. Schrofa said, can somebody give her a hard copy?
The court said, is there a question?
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. And Aaron Mitchell was also the lawyer for G Clubs, correct?
I don't know.
So you only know that he was the lawyer for Miles Guo, but you don't know if he was the lawyer for G Clubs.
Yes.
Okay. And have you met Aaron Mitchell?
No.
Have you been in meetings with Aaron Mitchell?
No.
Okay. And so how do you know that he is Miles Guo's lawyer?
He called me once.
So he called you once, and from that.
And he also gave me translation task.
Okay. He gave you translation tasks that included G Clubs, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
No.
Okay. So let's just stay with this document because you remember the document, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the document before you is GX629, right?
Sorry. What's the number?
It's okay. 29 at the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the document talks about a property, correct? It says about the property today, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it talks about where we can host our family to live there, comma, correct?
Yes.
Or sometimes we may also convert it to host our club members, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to you, when Miles Guo is talking in this document and referring to family, he only means his own personal family, right?
Yes.
Not the big family of the movement that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Because you testified on direct that the reason he kept calling you Sister Milan is because he wanted you to feel part of the family, correct?
Yes.
And that was a way you said of him controlling you, correct?
Yes.
That was your testimony, right?
Yes.
But this time when he's saying family, he's excluding you in your mind, correct?
Yes, that's his own family.
Okay, right. That's what you believe is his own family he's talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay, even though he says our family, right?
Yes.
It doesn't say, I can host my family, correct? Do you see that right there? Where we can host our family. He doesn't say my family, right? Our family.
That's still his family.
That's according to you, right? But the word is our.
Yes.
Okay, so let's move to the next line, correct? And then he says, I want to reiterate the following key points about this offer, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then it says, please contact William, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who is William?
William J.E.
And what is William J.E. in charge of?
I don't know.
Okay, so let's go to the next page. He says the house is more than 100 years, correct? And if we could go to the next page, please. Do you see number 5?
Yeah.
It talks about renovation projects subject to our budget approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't say my budget approval, right? I'll move on. Ms. Strofa said, so let's just keep going down. And, I'm sorry. Too far. Okay. And you see here, it says it talks about getting permits from the government, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then he talks about it being important to coordinate with the government for permits, correct? Under paragraph B, right?
Yes.
Ms. Strofa said, okay, let's keep going down. Now he's complaining about the light fixtures in the old home, right?
Yes.
He said they're too old, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this has to assume that somebody has done a home inspection, right? 'Cause he's talking particularly about lamps?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, sustained.
Okay. Then it talks, indeed look at paragraph D.
Yes.
Right? Ms. Strofa said, keep going down. Keep going down. And paragraph 6. Hold on. There we go. Okay. It says, the last and most serious thing is that he and the agent must sign to ensure that they must always keep a legal commitment to this transaction. Never disclose any information to any second or third party, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And keep it absolutely confidential, including the right to judicial protection that they cannot disclose any information about this deal, even when testifying in court. Correct?
Yes.
Did you understand what he's talking about over there?
I don't understand.
Okay. And then he says, since this house has a long history, right?
Yes.
He's talking about keeping the relationship intact, correct?
Yes.
Because there is a commitment to the history of the building itself, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you keep going down, right? And he talks about this price and then says, thank you very much, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you? Ms. Strofa said, is that the end of the document? Thank you. And you translated that document for Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
And you got not a voice message with Miles Guo's voice with these words. You actually got a document to translate, correct?
No. His voice message.
Okay. So let's see the Chinese version of this document, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you created the Chinese version of this document?
Sorry.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Could somebody show it to her?" "Thank you, Ms. Loftus. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. The Mandarin version of it." "Okay. And this is the document created by whom?"
Me.
"So you took what he was saying, according to you, and you made this document out in Mandarin, correct?"
Yes.
"Okay. And then from Mandarin, you translated it into English, correct?"
Yes.
"And who did you send the English version to?"
Miles Guo.
"So you sent the English version back to Miles Guo and not to Aaron Mitchell, even though it's addressed to Aaron Mitchell."
Yes, I sent back to Miles Guo.
"And when you sent it back to Miles Guo, you testified that you didn't know what property he's talking about, right?"
At that time, yes.
"Correct. You don't know what property he's talking about, correct?"
Yes.
"Okay. And at that time you knew Miles Guo to be looking for property all over the world, correct?"
I don't know.
"You don't know?"
I don't know.
"Okay. So you didn't know if he was looking for property anyplace else, correct?"
No.
"Okay. And you did not know if he was looking for a property."
Mr. Ferguson said, "Objection." Asked and answered.
The court said, "We haven't heard the question yet."
Ms. Schrofa said, "It's all right, Your Honor. You testified that as far as you were concerned, you were part of his inner circle, correct?"
I don't know. What do you mean, inner circle?
"Well, you said that everything Miles Guo told you is secret, right?"
Yes.
"Anything at all that he told you is secret, correct?"
Yes.
"So if he wanted to tell you about this home, there would be no issue, right? He would just share the secret with you, right, according to you?"
He wanted me to translate this.
"Right. All he wanted you to do was translate it, right?"
Yes.
"He never discussed the document with you, right?"
No.
"He never talked about the property with you, correct?"
No, no.
"He didn't tell you whether or not it was for or not a secret base, right? He didn't tell you anything?"
No, right.
"So everything that you testified to yesterday was only about what is on this document, correct?"
Yes.
"And of course you reviewed this document with Mr. Ferguson in his office, correct?"
Yes.
"Okay. How many times?"
I don't remember.
"Did Mr. Ferguson ask you about this phrase where it says, to host club members? Did you discuss that phrase with him?"
I don't remember.
"Did you discuss the phrase family fund with him?"
Yes.
"Okay. So you remember discussing that with him, right?"
Yes.
"And did you discuss with him the need for permits on this place?"
I don't remember.
"Okay. So Mr. Ferguson focused on the family fund part of this document, correct?"
I don't know.
"Okay." Ms. Schrofa said, "Your Honor, may I just have 1 second?"
The court said yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, "Thank you, Your Honor." "I'm sorry, Your Honor. We're obliged to Ms. Loftus for helping us out. May I work with her for just 1 moment?" 101, sorry. 6.
By Ms. Schrofa.
You recall testifying about this email yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you are one of the people on this email chain, correct?
Yes.
And the email chain is from a person named Alex Lippman, correct?
Yes.
And could you tell us who is Alex Lippman?
Yvette Wang's lawyer.
Okay. And you know he is Yvette Wang's lawyer, how? How do you know that?
Brother Island Chang Dao told me.
Who?
Brother Island Chang Dao told me.
Okay. And is he also known as Long Island David?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Schrofa said, "I guess we can't pull up the defense exhibit, but that's okay. I'll keep going." And the second person on the email chain, right?
Yeah.
It says to, correct? It's just. Ms. Schrofa said, "If the email addresses could be enlarged and no, the top part, please." Okay. And the email is to Sari B. Placona, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that's also a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
And Anthony Sadono, correct?
Yes.
Also a lawyer, right?
I don't know.
Well, let's scroll down and let's look at the name of the law firm. Ms. Schrofa said, right here at the bottom, under Sari B. Placona, if we could make that larger. Right? It's at msbnj.com, correct?
Yes.
And MSB is McManamon, Scotland and Bauman.com, right?
I don't know.
Well, look at it right there. MSB. MSB.
I don't know what's that stand for.
Okay, let's just go back to the email addresses. So you have Jeremy Temkin, right? That one, it's clear. Right, just from the reading, maglaw, that's law, right? .com?
Yeah.
Okay, Raymond Moss, correct?
Yeah.
Maglaw.com, correct?
Yeah.
So from those two addresses, you can conclude it's a law firm, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, we just object to the relevance and the court's prior ruling.
The court said you may answer.
Ms. Shrofa said, I'll move on. The next one is priyachaudhrylaw.com, correct?
Yeah.
The next email address is virtlawis.com, correct?
Yes.
The next one is weddlellaw.com, correct?
Yeah.
And the final one is also weddlellaw.com, correct?
Yeah.
So Mr. Lippman, a lawyer, is emailing you and several other lawyers with a document attached, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, May we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
At the sidebar.
Mr. Ferguson said, The objection to relevance is that the defendant has not put forward any advice of counsel defense. As Your Honor knows, he was required to notice it. He's not putting forward that defense. Meaning the presence of attorneys is not relevant in this case. And that's exactly the argument they seem to be teeing up with this line of questioning. If we continue down this road, I think it's appropriate that Your Honor instruct the jury that the defendant has not and indeed cannot raise any defense on the advice of counsel. Make it clear that presence of counsel, there's no, suggestion that the defendant did what he did because lawyers were around. That's exactly the... we raised this in pre-trial filings, Your Honor.
The court said, what's the reason for bringing up these lawyers?
Mr. Kamraju said, just that it's not hidden from anyone, Your Honor.
Ms. Shrofa said, it's not hidden from anyone. If the Wall Street Journal...
Mr. Ferguson said, on the email chain, what does it matter if they're lawyers?
Ms. Shrofa said, before you cut me off, I was going to say, if the email had been sent to the Wall Street Journal, I would bring that out also.
Mr. Ferguson said, that makes no sense.
The court said, what is the purpose for calling her attention to the fact that these are lawyers?
Ms. Shrofa said, because there's nothing, we're basically saying that this email was openly sent. Just exactly the way they called out each document, each line. We're not invoking an advice of counsel defense. Our client's not even involved in this email.
Mr. Ferguson said, I know they're not. But they're misleading the jury that there's something proper here because there's lawyers involved.
Ms. Shrofa said, but...
Mr. Ferguson said, excuse me, Ms. Schroff. Excuse me, Ms. Schroff. If they want to ask questions like, you're one of 8 people on this email chain, that's fine, but going through one by one, oh, that's a lawyer. That's a lawyer. That's clearly contradictory to the court's ruling about the presence of counsel and being allowed to elicit this sort of thing. The court should instruct the jury that there is no advice of counsel defense. And they cannot make an advice of counsel defense.
Mr. Kamraju said, my understanding from the court's ruling is that we were able to point out the existence of lawyers, but we were not allowed to argue that the lawyer did anything. Or highlight Mr. Guo's involvement with lawyers, but I didn't think we were precluded from referencing lawyers.
The court said, so I want to go back to my decision, just to refresh my recollection, and we'll discuss it when we return. We'll take our break now.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay, Your Honor.
Ms. Shrofa said, thank you.
In open court.
The court said, members of the jury, it's 11:29. I'm going to break. Remember not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss it in your presence. Don't watch, listen to, or read anything about anything that has to do with this case.
Jury not present.
The court said, Ms. Lee, you may step down. You may step out. Remember not to discuss your testimony.
Witness not present.
The court said, we'll return at noon.
Luncheon recess. Afternoon session 12:01 p.m. Jury not present.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, the witness is in the box.
The court said, Ma'am, if you would step out, please. In my normal courtroom, the witness is to my right, so I'm not used to looking this way. If you could step out, please. So I'm going to read into the record the decision that I made with respect to the issue that we discussed at the sidebar on May 14th at our final pretrial conference. I stated I have received a letter from the government dated yesterday seeking to preclude Mr. Guo from invoking a presence of counsel defense. Mr. Guo has stated that he does not intend to formally assert an advice of counsel defense, but reserves the right to present evidence of testimony regarding his awareness that legal counsel was involved in certain transactions. I agree with the government that this evidence may be irrelevant and risks confusing the jury. If Mr. Guo had asserted the advice of counsel defense, he would have been required to disclose his communications with his attorney to determine if he fully and honestly laid out all the facts, and if he followed his attorney's advice. United States v. Scully 877 F.3d, 464, 476, 2nd Circuit 2017. Having chosen not to assert such a defense, Mr. Guo cannot now use the presence of attorneys as both a shield and a sword. Accordingly, I will follow the approach utilized by Judge Catherine Forrest in SEC v. Tour, 950 F. sub 2d, 666, 684-85, SDN. Y 2013. That is, counsel for the defense will not be precluded altogether from saying the words counsel, lawyer or attorney, but will not be permitted to zero in on the presence or involvement of lawyers for the sake of highlighting their presence or involvement. ID at 685. The court will preclude evidence that solely shows that lawyers attended or set up meetings, which is irrelevant. And the court will give a limiting instruction if Mr. Guo references the presence or involvement of lawyers. And so I think that this is exactly, Ms. Schroff, what you were doing, highlighting the presence of attorneys, and that it was irrelevant, and I am going to give a limiting instruction. This is what I propose to state to the jury. The fact that lawyers were present on an email chain does not establish the legality of any individual's actions. Any comments, questions?
Mr. Ferguson said, May we have one moment?
Counsel conferred.
Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, first, I misread the court's order, so I apologize. And obviously, I just misread the order because I read it to attempted meetings and set up, but it's my error. It's my error. I just want to make sure that was clear. But could the court please read the language again for me?
The court said, the fact that lawyers were present on an email chain does not establish the legality of any person's actions.
Ms. Shrofa said, the defense has no objection.
Mr. Ferguson said, Nor do we, Your Honor.
The court said, so have the jurors brought in, please.
Continued on next page.
The law clerk said, Jury entering.
Jury present.
The court said, please be seated, and would you have the witness brought back? Members of the jury, I want to point something out to you. The fact that lawyers were present on an email chain does not establish the legality of any person's actions. Remember that you're still under oath, Ms. Lee, and you may continue your inquiry.
Ms. Shrofa said, Thank you, Your Honor.
By Ms. Shrofa.
May I go back to GXVI 110? Ms. Lee, you recall testifying about this document, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could just keep your voice up, that would be helpful. This is a document. You would agree, right? Between Club Me Limited and HA, right?
I'm not agree.
You don't agree with the title that says Loan Agreement between G Club Me Limited and HA Group Party Limited?
No.
That's not the document before you?
It is, but it's not a real loan agreement.
My question was, is that the document before you?
Yes.
And you testified about this document on direct, correct?
Yes.
And sitting here today, Ms. Lee, do you have any knowledge of who Mr. Guo's institutional investors were in Abu Dhabi?
William J.
Who other than William J. that you know were institutional investors?
Hamilton Farm.
Okay, that's still William J., but who else?
I don't know.
Is it fair to say that the only information you have is about William J., correct?
Yes.
And you have no knowledge whether or not Mr. Guo applied for a management consulting license to the H Reserve in Abu Dhabi.
Under Miles Guo direction.
What was under Miles Guo's direction?
H Reserve and what you said, the license in Abu Dhabi.
So you know he applied for such a license in September 2nd?
He sends supporters to apply it.
Could you let me finish my question? Would that be possible?
Yes.
So my question was, were you aware that Mr. Guo applied for a management consulting license to H Reserve on September 2nd of 2022?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, she answered this question.
The court said, sustained.
And that license was granted, correct?
I don't know.
Do you know if the H Reserve was negotiating with banks and finance licenses with UAE at the same time?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not in September of 2022, they were moving over the exchange to the United Arab Emirates, the H exchange?
I know the move, but I don't know exact date.
You know the move, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know whether it was in September of 2022?
Yes.
So you don't know if it was September 2nd of 2022?
I don't know.
If I could show her, please, GXVI 110. I'm sorry. The second page and then the last page. You see your signature down there, correct?
Yes.
And you're assigned as the lender, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you did not read this document at all, correct?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you questions about this document, and you just answered them, right?
Yes.
And under this document, no one was required to buy any new cards, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that there's nothing illegal about opening up a company in Abu Dhabi?
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection. She can't testify to legal.
The court said, sustained. She's not here to give testimony about the law.
Do you think companies exist in Abu Dhabi?
Sorry.
Do you think companies exist in Abu Dhabi?
Yeah.
And people do business with companies in Abu Dhabi, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew Miles Guo to do business with Abu Dhabi, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that over a period of 7 years, correct? 'Cause you worked for him, as you said, for 7 years, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, she needs to be able to answer the question before another one is posed.
The court said, that's right. Let her answer the question.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ferguson over here asked you questions, did he not? About the euros reference in this document, correct? Can we show her the reference to euros? You see right there. The loan amount?
Yes.
And he zeroed in on that line, right? Correct?
Yes.
You remember that yesterday you testified to this line?
Yes.
It will really help me out if you use the mic, then I won't speak while you're still thinking.
Okay.
Thank you. So you testified that you believed that business was being done with euros because euros, unlike dollars, could not be traced. Right? That was your testimony?
Yes.
So, Ms. Lee, is it your understanding that the only currency that can be traced are US dollars?
Sorry.
Is it your understanding that the only currency that can be traced are US dollars?
I don't know.
Right. Somebody sends money in euros from one bank to another. There's still a digital transaction created, right?
Yes.
And you can follow that transaction, correct?
I don't know.
So isn't it possible that the reason the currency is a euro is because
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection.
That was the currency in which business was being done?
The court said, sustained. This is not the type of hypothetical question that she should be asked.
You testified on direct, correct, Ms. Lee, that you signed documents. And I use your words here, the alliance asked me to sign, so I sign with them, correct?
Yes.
And you?
Alliance also asked me to send euro, but I couldn't send. I still send US dollar, but the contract is euro. It's not match what the dollar I send. I send US dollar.
Ms. Lee, I ask you no such question. Ms. Shrofa said, I move to strike, Your Honor.
The court said, the answer is stricken.
Did you or did you not say on direct testimony that when the alliance asked me to sign, so I have to sign with them? That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
And then you stated, did you not, that you signed a loan agreement because Lao Banzhang asked you to sign it?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the slight mischaracterization. It wasn't a loan agreement.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
No, Wang Kansas. Wang Can asked me to sign this document. Wang Can is in charge of Alliance Finance.
What was Mr. Zhang's role?
Who?
Lao Banzhang.
He sent the document, asked me to sign off this line, write off this loan.
So he asked you to write off the loan, correct?
Yeah.
Did you write off the loan, by the way?
Yes.
And did you do that because you wanted to write off the loan or because the Alliance?
Because Alliance asked me to sign.
So he was the Alliance in your mind, correct?
Yes.
And he was at one point the head of the New Zealand farm, correct?
Yes.
And he's actually a good friend of yours, right?
No.
He wasn't a good friend of yours when he sent you this document?
No, it's just supporters.
I'm sorry.
We just all supporters.
Well, yes, he was a supporter, correct?
Yes.
And you were more friendly with some supporters than others, right?
No.
You were the same friends with all the supporters everywhere?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
But you testified on direct also that you thought these supporters were all family, correct?
Yes.
So you were friendly with him, correct?
I friendly with everyone.
Everyone the same amount?
Yeah.
No better friend, no worse friend?
No.
And he was with you in the Iron Blood group, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person to whom you sold one of your companies, correct?
Sorry.
He is the person to whom you sold one of your companies, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you transfer one of your companies to him?
The fund, yes.
Which one?
Ashwood Fund.
Whose fund was that?
Sorry.
Whose fund was Ashwood?
It's set up under Miles Guo's direction.
I didn't ask you that. Ms. Schrofa said, so moved to strike.
The court said, sustained.
My question to you was, Ms. Lee, whose fund was that?
Alliance Fund.
It was Alliance's fund. Was there a management fee on that fund?
I don't know.
You got the management fee cause it was your fund, right?
No, this Alliance Fund.
It's your name on the corporate documents for Ashwood, correct?
Yes.
It's your signature, correct?
Yes.
You're the ultimate beneficial owner, correct?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Who else's signature is on the certificate of incorporation?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Is there a name such as the Alliance on the documents?
I don't remember.
How long did you manage the Ashwood Fund?
I don't remember.
1 year?
I don't remember.
2 years?
I don't remember.
How much management fee did you get?
I don't remember.
Did you get a management fee?
I don't remember. I don't get.
There is no question pending, ma'am. You testified, did you not, Ms. Lee? Right, that Mr. Guo over there asked you to delete and change phone numbers, correct?
Delete messages and change phone numbers? Yes.
So he asked you to delete information from your phone, correct? That was your testimony?
Yes.
And he asked you to change phone numbers, correct?
Yes.
And he did that with almost everyone, right?
Sorry.
And he did that with almost everyone, correct?
I don't know.
He would put that message in the WhatsApp group, correct?
What message?
That his phone was hacked. Everybody changed their number?
I don't know.
And he explained to you why his phone was being hacked, right?
Yes.
And what was the explanation he gave you?
The CCP hacked his phone.
And he would then change his number, correct?
Yes.
And you sometimes changed your number, or you didn't change your number, right?
What do you mean?
When Mr. Guo would tell you to change your number, did you always change your number?
Yeah, I get a new number.
You'd get a new number, right?
Yeah.
And you kept one phone for Mr. Guo and another phone for everyone else. Is that true?
No.
So you just changed the phone number that you had all the time, right?
Yeah.
And you testified that he told you to delete messages and you deleted them, correct?
Yeah.
And then you testified, but you kept some direct messages with Miles Guo, correct?
I kept all direct message with Miles Guo.
So even though he asked you, according to you, to delete everything, you kept the messages directly with Miles Guo, correct?
Yes.
You saved all of them, but you deleted everything else. That's your testimony, right?
No, I didn't delete everything else, just group messages.
Group messages. So what did you do if he was in the group? Did you keep that message or did you delete it?
I keep the direct messages.
Do you remember testifying yesterday where you said I delete most of them? I keep some direct messages with Miles Guo?
Yes.
So that was yesterday. Today you're saying you kept all of his direct messages, so which one is correct?
Both. Yesterday I mean the most means including the group messages, but I keep his direct messages. That's what I mean.
But you said, and I quote, and I keep some direct message with Miles Guo.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, asked and answered.
The court said, asked and answered. Sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, just for the record, that's from trial testimony 1502.
The court said, I did not hear you.
Ms. Schrofa said, just for the record, that was yesterday's trial testimony 1502. Now, you were in a WhatsApp group, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the application WhatsApp, right? You use the application, right?
Yes.
You have to download it from the Apple Store and use it, right?
Yes.
You can set up your account, correct?
Yes.
You can choose your photo, correct?
Yes.
And you can use delete disappearing messages, right?
I don't know. I don't use.
You don't use WhatsApp or you don't use the function.
I don't use that function.
But the function is there, right?
Yeah.
Now, you testified about Mr. Guo's arrest, correct?
Yes.
And then you testified about reading the indictment, right?
Sorry.
You testified, did you not, that you read the indictment against Mr. Guo, right?
I read or I don't read? What do you mean?
You tell me if you read it or you didn't read it.
When?
The indictment.
When I read it?
I'm asking you. Did you read it?
What's your question?
Did you read the indictment against Miles Guo?
Yes.
Do you remember what the date of the indictment was?
15th of March.
What year?
2023.
And after the 15th of March, 2023, you remained a farm leader, correct?
Yes.
You remained in the Iron Blood Group, correct?
Yes.
You continued working for the Alliance, correct?
Yes.
And throughout that time, you never went to any authorities to alert them to a potential fraud, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form on the throughout that time.
The court said, what time are you referring to?
In March of 2023, you didn't go, right, to any authority saying there's a fraud?
Sorry, which day?
In March of 2023, after the indictment against Mr. Guo, you did not go to any authority and say, Mr. Guo, there is a scam, correct?
Yeah.
Right. Not in March, April, May, June, July, correct?
Yeah.
Not in August, correct?
Yes.
When was the first time you went to the authorities?
I don't remember.
You don't even remember, right?
Around August, September, October.
August or September of 2023, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Between March 15th and August, right, you continued to set up entities, correct?
No.
Really? You didn't set up any entities between that time from March 15th onward?
No.
How about for G Fashion?
G Fashion?
Yes.
No.
Did you continue to run your fund, the Ashwood Fund? You continued to manage it, correct?
No, we have manager.
You had a manager for your fund?
Yes.
What's the manager's name?
Richard.
And he continued to run the fund for you, right?
Yeah, not for me, for the Alliance.
Well, the fund is in your name, right?
Yeah.
Where does Richard live, by the way?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, it shows the relationship.
Mr. Ferguson said, Can we say at a high level where he lives?
Ms. Schrofa said, it is at a high level.
The court said generally yes.
Which country does he live in?
Australia.
You have his phone number in your phone?
Sorry.
You have his phone number in your phone, correct?
Yeah.
The Alliance doesn't have his phone number?
Alliance of course have. He's one of the members.
But the Alliance in general doesn't have his phone number as the manager of your fund, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form, and asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
Who got the management fee from the Ashwood Fund?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
How about the HA Fund?
What do you mean, how about what?
How about the HA Fund?
For what?
Were you talking? Go ahead.
About HAA Fund what?
I was getting there. So between March 15th of 2023 and August, when you went to the authorities, you continued to manage the HA Fund, correct?
On behalf of Alliance.
You've said that. My question to you is whether you continued to manage it?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, she can't argue with the witness. She can ask the questions.
The court said, sustained.
Did you manage the fund?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
You continued to pay expenses, correct? And I'm still talking about the period between March 15th and August. You paid expenses, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, in connection with what specifically?
Huh?
I don't remember.
How about expenses pertaining to Ashwood?
Yes.
You paid the expenses, right?
Yeah.
You paid people salaries, correct?
No.
And at the time that you were managing these two entities, you did not believe them to be fraudulent, correct? I'm still only talking from the 15th to August.
Yes.
And you continued to pay expenses for IT engineers, correct?
No, I stopped.
You stopped paying them even though they were still working. You stopped paying them?
Yes, I stopped early 2023.
Early 2023?
Yeah.
And you continued to vote on the Rule of Law Foundations Board, correct?
No.
When did you stop Rule of Law Foundation Board?
July 2023.
So you continued in March, right? April, May, June, July?
But between this time period, no vote.
I didn't ask you if you voted, ma'am. I asked you if you remained a member of the Rule of Law Foundations Board.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, if she's giving responsive answers, Ms. Schroff should not be arguing with her.
Ms. Schrofa said, I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. I think Mr. Ferguson overstates his point.
The court said, is there a question?
I believe my last question was to her was. She remained on the board of the Rule of Law Foundation until July of 2023.
The court said, you may answer that.
Yes.
And you continued to manage investments in H-Coin from March 15th of 2023 until August, correct?
What do you mean manage H-Coin?
Well, you were managing an investment to buy a bank for the movement, correct?
You mean D2 Bank project?
Right.
It stopped.
I understand that. My question was it continued from March 15th until August, correct?
No, it finished.
In what year?
2022.
2022?
April 2022.
April of 2022?
Yeah, we already sent them all the D2 Bank money to Hamilton Farm. Then after that nothing happened.
My question wasn't whether anything happened. My question was, you did not take any steps to withdraw from any of these transactions, correct?
What do you mean withdraw from these transactions?
I'll move on. You remember giving testimony about HCHK?
Yes.
And you read about HCHK in the indictment, correct?
Yes.
And when you read about HCHK in the indictment, that is when you got worried, correct?
Got what?
Is that when you started to get worried, concerned, scared?
Concerned, not scared.
You were concerned because you were a director of HCHK, correct?
No, because I thought that's a Rule of Law Foundation is a charity, but now coming out is a company. That's totally different.
And you were on as the director, right?
Yes, I've been misled by Miles Guo.
I understand. You were misled by Miles Guo. My question to you is, ma'am, you were worried because your name was on the document, correct?
That's no my name, just company's name.
Which company?
HV.
And whose name was associated with HCHK?
Yvette 1.
And not yours?
No,
So your name was not there at all?
not on the document, but I know I'm another director.
Now, you testified on direct, Ms. Lee, that you were approached to sign a document in connection with Mr. Guo's bankruptcy, correct?
Yes,
And you testified by a lawyer for Ms. Wang, correct?
yes.
And what was the lawyer's name, by the way?
Alex Lipman.
After Mr. Lippman had approached you, you were approached by another lawyer, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. You testified about it yesterday?
There were many lawyers, but I remember Alex Lipman sent the email to ask me to sign that document.
And then after that you were approached by another lawyer, correct?
Yeah,
And could I have GX 121 pulled up? You remember the other lawyer's name is Yong Bingjong. Maybe we could show her a photo.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, may I have just a moment to talk to defense counsel very briefly?
The court said yes.
Counsel conferred.
I've shown you what is DX 6053, correct?
yes.
Who's that?
Yongbing.
Is this the lawyer that also approached you on behalf of Ms. Wang?
Yes.
And he brought you a document that he wanted you to sign, correct?
Not him, it's Alex Lipman sent me. He sent me the false affidavit. That's a different document.
That's the document I'm talking about, the false affidavit according to you, right?
Yes,
Ms. Schrofa said, and by the way, could I move this into evidence?
Mr. Ferguson said, No objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
And he asked you to sign this?
The court said, what is the number of the exhibit again?
Ms. Schrofa said, 60503.
Defendant's Exhibit 60503 received in evidence. By Ms. Schrofa.
We're no longer talking about the Alex Lippman document which was sent to you via email, okay?
okay.
We're talking about the document that he brought for you, correct?
Yeah,
And you testified yesterday, right, that he threatened you when you refused to sign it, correct?
yes.
And I just want to be clear. He did not threaten you with any violence, correct?
Not physically.
He did not threaten you with any physical violence, correct?
Yeah,
He did not threaten to brand you a CCP spy, correct?
yeah,
I'm correct, right?
yeah,
He did not threaten to brand you a CCP spy?
yeah,
By, yeah, you mean I'm correct?
yes.
He did not threaten to kick you out of the movement, correct?
Sorry. Can you say it again?
He did not threaten to kick you out of the movement, correct?
But I feel like that.
My question to you was, did he threaten you that you're going to get kicked out of the movement if you don't sign the affidavit?
Make me feel like that.
That's how you felt. My question is, did he use any words and threaten you?
Yes,
He used words to threaten you and said, if you don't sign this, you'll be kicked out of the movement?
make me feel like that.
I didn't ask you if he made you feel like that, ma'am. My question to was, which you still haven't answered, is whether or not he used words to threaten you.
He used.
Now you're saying he used the words?
Yes,
So this man threatened you and said, if you don't sign this affidavit, we're going to throw you out of the movement?
the message make me feel like that.
Okay, but the message did not have those words, correct?
It's a threatening message.
Tell me what was the message? Tell me what was threatening about the message?
He said as Alliance legal team, this is my full responsible for this alliance if this case we lose. We lose $38 million, I'm fully responsible for that.
Right. But he never threatened to throw you out of the movement, right?
That make me feel like that.
That's what it made you feel like, but he never said those words to you.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
Ms. Schrofa said, it's never been answered.
The court said, did you say something?
Mr. Ferguson said, I think that was Ms. Schroff.
The court said, sustained. Let's move on.
Can you show her Long Island David's photo, please? Who's that?
Brother Long Island Chung Dao.
Also known as Brother Long Island David, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, I move this document into evidence, DX 6498.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Defendant's Exhibit 6498 received in evidence. By Ms. Shrofa.
He's part of the movement, right?
Yes.
He's the leader of some farm, correct?
Used to be Mountain Spice's farm leader.
And you interacted with him, right?
Yes.
Frequently, in fact, right?
Yes, because we are in Iron Blood Group.
You interacted with him even outside of Iron Blood Group, right?
No.
No?
No.
When was the last time you spoke to Long Island David, this man?
I don't remember.
Was it last month?
No.
Was it the month before?
No.
Do you remember if it was the month before?
No.
In fact, you don't know if you spoke to him in 2024 because you don't remember now, correct?
I left in November 2023.
My question wasn't when you left. My question was, ma'am, whether or not you continued to talk to Long Island David in 2024.
No.
Since Mr. Guo's arrest, did you continue to do business with him?
What do you mean business?
Did you continue to interact with him?
Yes.
Did you continue to talk about entities with him?
Yes.
And that was after Mr. Guo's arrest, right?
Yes.
And sitting here today, you don't know if that went into 2024, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
Yes.
The court said, asked and answered, sustained.
Turning back now to your communication with Mr. Zhang, right?
Who?
Yong, the photo right before. Let's pull him back up. He's the one who asked you to sign the false affidavit, correct?
Yes.
And he told you, according to you, that if you did not sign it, the alliance would lose $35 million, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't sign that document, right?
Yes.
And you didn't sign that document because you wanted the money to go back to the HCHK creditors, correct?
No, I didn't sign because it's false.
You didn't sign it because it's false, correct?
Yes.
And if you had signed it, the money would have gone back, not to the bankruptcy trustee, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
The court said, sustained.
You read the affidavit, right?
Yes.
You believed it was false, correct?
Yes.
You also believed that he believed it was true, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to form.
The court said, sustained.
You wanted the $38 million to go to the bankruptcy trustee, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, you can answer.
Sorry. Can you repeat?
You wanted the $38 million to go to the bankruptcy trustee, correct?
Not I wanted, but because there's already a TRO there.
So you thought it right for the money to go to the bankruptcy trustee, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
Ms. Shrofa said, actually, she hasn't answered it.
The court said, you can answer.
Can you say it again?
Ms. Shrofa said, I'm sorry to impose on you, but can you read her the question?
Record was read?
Yeah, it's right.
And HA is one of HCHK's creditors, correct?
No.
HA had loaned money to HCHK, correct?
I sent money to HCHK Technologies, but the contract signed with New Zealand company.
Ma'am, my question was whether the money had been sent to HCHK, not who the contract was signed with.
The court said, is there an objection?
Mr. Ferguson said, she answered the question, Your Honor. Ms. Shroff can't characterize the evidence.
The court said, sustained.
Did HCHK owe HA money?
No, that's for by GTV share, not a real loan.
I could not hear her.
That's for by GTV shares, not for the loan.
For whatever the reason was, HCHK, the question really was. You answered a different question. So I just want to make clear. Ms. Shrofa said, Your Honor, may we approach?
The court said, you asked the question and part of her answer was no, so move on.
The Mountain of Spice Fund/farm had loaned money, correct?
No. I don't know. It's another farm. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So as a member of the Iron Blood Group, you do not know what other monies was sent to HCHK?
I don't know.
You do know this much that the farms got their money from members, correct?
Yes.
And they were U.S. members, correct?
Which farm?
The Mountain of Spice farm got money from U.S. members, correct?
Each farm have members all over the world, not only from U.S.
And all of those proceeds went into the loans, correct?
It's not a loan. It's for buy GTV shares.
Okay, whatever you decided it is.
Not I decided. Miles Guo said.
The court said, the witness has said it was not a loan.
Was there a loan agreement executed?
What do you mean executed?
Signed.
Signed only by farm. No one signed that.
But it was still signed, correct? By one entity, correct?
By farm.
The farm signed the document, correct?
Yeah.
As a result of that signature, money left an account, correct?
Sorry.
Money left an account and went into HCHK, correct?
You talking about which farm, which transaction?
Let me try it this way. The trustee. The bankruptcy trustee was to recover money and return it to creditors. That was your understanding, correct?
Yes.
And one of the creditors was HA, correct?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
The trustee sued HA in February of 2024, correct?
I don't remember.
In February of 2024 you controlled HA, correct?
What's the date?
February of 2024. We're in June now.
Yeah.
February, March, April, May, June.
Yeah.
So February of 2024, the trustee sued HA, correct?
I don't know what do you mean by sue. Which case?
Brought a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit to collect money from HA?
Yes.
Right. And even though they brought the lawsuit, you never turned over any money from HA to the trustee, correct?
Sorry. I never what?
Ms. Shrofa said, I'm sorry to do this, but can you just read her the question back?
Record was read.
No.
Right. And instead, you transferred the assets of HA to someone else, correct? And that was, let me just refresh your recollection, in May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. So May of 2024, you transferred it over to someone else, correct? Who was that?
I don't know. Alliance decide.
I didn't ask you who decided. I just asked you who you transferred the fund to.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I just asked them to take over from me. I don't want involved anymore.
But they hadn't take over from you, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, we've covered it, I think.
Ms. Shrofa said, we have not.
The court said, you may answer.
What's your question? I told everything to Luke. He knows.
Who's Duke?
Luke Despins.
I didn't ask you if you'd done anything like that, so I moved to strike. My question to you, ma'am, was whether or not you transferred HA over entirely to someone else.
Yes.
Okay. And that was not Luke Despins, correct? That's someone else? It was not Luke, right?
Yes.
It was not the bankruptcy trustee, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you told these prosecutors that you had done that, correct?
Done what?
The transfer.
Yeah.
In May of 2024, you told that to Mr. Ferguson, correct?
Yes.
And that is why he included HA in your non-prosecution agreement, correct?
Yes.
And he included that not in the first draft, but in the final version because you're the one who pointed it out that it wasn't in the first version, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Objection on getting into her discussions with her counsel, Your Honor.
Ms. Shrofa said, I'm talking about her discussion.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
Can you say it again?
They gave you a draft non-prosecution agreement, correct?
Yes.
HA is not mentioned, right?
Yes.
Then they gave you a final version, correct?
Yes.
They added an HA, correct? You got coverage for HA, correct?
Yes.
Now, you've testified on direct that you resigned from your position after meeting with the FBI, correct?
Yes.
And it is also your testimony that after you resigned, the police showed up, correct? The Chinese police showed up, you said?
Yes.
And you testified that they showed up and they said they were acting on the orders of the Ministry of State Security, correct?
Yes.
And the Ministry of State Security is the same people that were hounding Mr. Guo, correct?
I don't know.
Didn't he tell you that many times in the broadcast that you listened to at that time?
At that time I don't know is that true or not.
I didn't ask you if it was true or not. I asked you if Mr. Guo said that.
He said before.
So you understand the difference between my asking you something.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, I withdraw it. You think, according to your testimony yesterday, that it was Mr. Guo who sent the MSS to visit your relatives. Is that your testimony?
Mr. Ferguson said, That's mischaracterizing the testimony.
The court said, sustained. That was not her testimony.
Who do you think sent the MSS to your relatives?
CCP.
You think CCP sent them? You think the CCP sent the MSS to your relatives because you were talking with the FBI to testify against Miles Guo?
Mr. Ferguson said, again, object to form. She answered the question and now it's a compound question.
The court said, sustained.
The MSS visited your family, correct?
Yes.
You believed that it was the CCP who sent them?
Yes.
The CCP who is the enemy of Miles Guo?
I don't know.
So now you think Miles Guo is a spy for the CCP?
What? Sorry.
So now you think Miles Guo is an agent of the CCP?
I don't know.
Ms. Lee, part of your testimony yesterday is that you received H-coin from the Alliance, correct?
Yes.
And that is not the only currency that you received from farm members, correct?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
You received money from the United States and Japan members, right? Who sent their money to HA, correct?
The Japan farm and the US farm, yes.
They sent money, correct?
Yes.
And that was in dollars, correct?
Yes.
Not in H-coin, correct?
Yes.
And you received that money to buy H-coin for members who are otherwise not allowed to purchase it, correct?
Yes.
And after doing that, you took a fee, correct?
I took what?
A fee, like a charge?
No.
Your testimony is that you did not charge a 3% fee that went to HA?
No, 0.
You did not charge a 3% fee, that's your testimony?
No, Hamilton charge, not me.
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, she can't argue. She can ask questions and the witness answered.
The court said, don't testify.
HA got a fee of 3%, correct?
No.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
The money came to HA, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that the entire amount without a fee was transferred?
Yes.
And you received?
I transfer under Brother Island Chengdao's direction.
So it was not under Miles Guo's direction now. It's under Long Island David's direction?
Miles Guo give Island Chengdao direction, and Island Chengdao give me direction.
Okay. And none of these questions are questions I asked you, right? You just volunteered that information now?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, counsel.
You received money from farm members into your Ashwood fund, correct?
Sorry.
You remember Ashwood, the fund that you had?
Yes.
Right, you remember it?
Yes.
It got money, correct?
Yes.
In US dollars, correct?
Yes.
In other currency, correct?
No.
Just in US dollars, right?
Yes.
And your testimony is that you did not charge a fee there either, even though you were managing the fund?
That fund charge money.
The fund charge.
Charge management fee, yes.
Ashwood?
Yes.
Charged a management fee?
Yes.
3%?
I don't remember exactly.
You don't remember?
Yeah, but there's a fee, but I don't remember if it's 3% or not.
I'm not going to ask you again, but you are the person incorporating Ashwood Fund, right?
On behalf of Miles Guo.
Of course, but you're the one who ran the fund, right?
Yes.
The money came to you, right?
Not me, to Alliance.
No.
Not me, not myself.
The court said, "Don't testify."
The money came to the HA fund, right?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, "Sustained."
You used the money in both funds to purchase H-Coin, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, we're repeating now, Your Honor.
The court said, "Sustained."
By the way, did you use the money at Ashwood to invest in a bank?
D2 Bank.
I'm sorry.
D2 Bank.
So the answer is yes, you used the money in the Ashwood Fund to invest in a digital bank, correct?
Yes.
The investment in this digital bank was in the name of Ashwood, correct?
Yes.
It was not in the name of the farm members who put in the money, correct?
Yes.
And the amount of money that you managed or controlled only on behalf of Miles Guo or the Alliance, I'm sure, was in the millions of dollars, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, the commentary is uncalled for.
It was in the millions of dollars, correct?
8 million.
And your testimony is under 8 million, you charge no fee, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, we've covered this.
This recharge fee.
The court said, "Sustained." So we've established that she personally has not charged a fee, according to her.
According to you, the fund charged the fee, right?
Yes.
Now, as a result of this non-prosecution agreement that you have with Mr. Ferguson and his office, they are not going to prosecute you here, correct?
If I'm telling the truth, provide the evidence.
Right. As long as you do what they asked you to do, they will give you coverage, correct?
No.
Ma'am, they've agreed to give you coverage through the non-prosecution agreement, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that non-prosecution agreement, they did not ask you to turn over any money, correct?
Sorry.
They haven't asked you to turn over any money, right?
What do you mean turn over what money?
Any money from Ashwood, HA, they have not asked you to turn over any money, correct?
No.
And they never asked you to turn over any H-Coin, correct?
Yes.
And now they have given you coverage. The United States government has given you coverage, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at one point you were worried about the US government, right? You were worried that they would arrest you. Is that right?
Because Island Changdao said at that time I believe that FBI is CCP.
All right. But now you're no longer worried about that, right?
Yes.
And now you are worried about the CCP, correct?
Yes.
And the best way to get rid of the CCP is to testify against Miles Guo, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, "Sustained."
The only way you can safely go back to China is if you disavow your relationship with Mr. Miles Guo, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
The court said, "I'll allow her to answer that question."
No.
The court said, "Next question."
Could I show her? Let's call it DX 7000. Do you recognize it, ma'am?
Yes.
What is it?
It's Miles Guo's broadcast.
And you've seen it before, right?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, I moved Defense Exhibit 7000 into evidence.
Mr. Ferguson said, no objection.
The court said, "It is admitted."
Defendant's Exhibit 7000 received in evidence.
Ms. Schrofa said, May I publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
The court said yes.
Tell us, please, starting on the left-hand corner, who's the first man over there?
Left, Lao Banzhang.
Who's that?
Lao Banzhang used to be the Iron Blood Group member and the New Zealand farm leader.
Who's below him?
Ru Shui.
Who is Ru Shui?
Ru Shui also one of the Iron Blood Group member and the one farm leader.
But let's stay with you, Ru Shui, now. Below that, tell the jury who those two are.
Hao Tian and Dao Haidang.
Let's start with the male. Who's he? In the photo on the left, there are two people in there, right?
Hao Haidong and Hao Tian.
He is the soccer player, correct?
Yes.
That's his wife, correct?
Yes.
Olympic badminton player, correct?
Yes.
For China, correct?
Yes.
And you know sitting here today that both of them now live in Spain, correct?
Yes.
And in the middle are two individuals, correct?
Yes.
I certainly don't need you to identify Miles Guo, but tell the jury who's next to him.
Brother Long Island Changdao.
And who's on the right corner over there?
Taoying Chago Grassroot Brother.
And he's the leader of the Japan Fund?
Japan Fund and Iron Blood Group member.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people so far, correct?
Yeah.
This is from the VOA anniversary, right? Anniversary of April 19th, 2017 interview, right?
Yes.
And the only person in this meeting that has not shown her face because of worry for the CCP is you?
I just don't want to show my face.
Exactly, because you're worried about the CCP, correct?
Yes.
And you're worried that the CCP will associate you with his movement, correct?
They already associate.
Right. And the best way for you to disassociate with him is to testify against him here?
No.
Isn't that a way to disassociate with him?
That's because he did something wrong. He steal people's money. That's different.
But that's your opinion, right? That he stole money?
This a fact.
You believe that to be a fact, ma'am?
Yes.
A fact according to you, right?
According to my personal experience.
Exactly. Just you?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
You're the only one who's not showing her face, correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
And that is the avatar of Mulan, correct?
Yes.
The woman who wants to fight like a man, right?
Yes.
And the safest way for you to go back to China is to say, I do not associate with him?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
No.
The court said, sustained.
I come here and I show my face.
The court said, let's move on.
You came here. You showed your face and testified against Miles Guo, correct?
I just tell the truth.
Mr. Ferguson said, she should be allowed to answer the question that's posed, Your Honor.
Ms. Schrofa said, I have just one last question, Your Honor.
The court said, okay.
When you were associated with his movement, you never once showed your face, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, no further questions.
The court said, redirect.
Mr. Ferguson said, thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. By Mr. Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lee.
Good afternoon, Ferguson.
You were asked some questions about monthly payments of $10,000 from Rule of Law Foundation. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
So just to start, when did those monthly payments, the $10,000 monthly payments, around when did those begin?
From July 2021.
And we'll come back to those payments. But before that time, how long had you been volunteering for Miles Guo approximately?
About 4 years.
What sort of hours did you work volunteering for Guo?
Many hours.
Did you work on weekends?
Every day.
Did you work at night?
Yes.
And in July 2021, did you request to start getting paid?
No.
What happened that led to these $10,000 monthly payments?
From that time Miles Guo asked every farm leader and Iron Blood Group member need to work full-time for the Alliance.
And before July 2021, did you have a paying job as an accountant?
Yes.
What was your response when Miles Guo said you had to work full-time for the Alliance?
I said I still can work voluntarily, but he insists you should quit your job and work for me full-time.
What did you do after he told you that?
So the next day I asked my company, I quit, I resign.
How long were you paid the $10,000 each month?
About 1 year.
And was this $10,000 payment, was it just to you or was it to all the Iron Blood Group members?
All the Iron Blood Group members.
You also testified that after about a year or so the payments changed to H-Coin?
Yes.
When Guo began paying farm leaders with H-Coin, what, if anything, did he say about Himalaya Exchange's bank account being seized by the US government?
Yes, that's a similar time. So Himalaya Exchange is not function.
And when he started paying people in H-Coin, did he tell them that the bank account had been seized?
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection, Your Honor. It misstates facts and evidence. There's no evidence that Mr. Guo didn't pay."
The court said, overruled.
When Guo started paying farm leaders with H-Coin later in 2022, did he disclose that the bank account for Himalaya Exchange had been seized?
No.
By the way, Ms. Lee, what do you do for work now?
Accountant.
Ms. Loftus, can we please publish Government Exhibit 6-114? Ms. Lee, this is the Ampleforth Capital Ltd subscription document. Do you remember being asked questions about this on cross-examination?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether the government showed you this document in meetings. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you give this document to the government in the first instance?
Yes, I sent it to the government.
And the other documents you were asked about whether you looked at them with the government. Did you give those to the government in the first instance too?
Yes.
Ms. Shrofa said, "Which ones, Your Honor?"
Mr. Ferguson said, "The ones she was asked about on cross."
Yes, I give the U.S. government.
Ms. Loftus, if we could please publish Government Exhibit 6-29. Now, Ms. Lee. This is the voice message you transcribed and translated for Miles Guo. Do you recall being asked about this on cross?
Yes.
You were asked questions about related to G clubs in this, do you recall that?
Yes.
Whether Aaron Mitchell was the lawyer for G clubs. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Ms. Lee, let me just read paragraph A. The family fund offering the final price is $26 million. Does that say G Club is offering the final price or the family fund?
Family fund.
When you got this, did you think G Clubs was playing for this $26 million mansion?
No.
We can take it down, Ms. Loftus. Ms. Lee, you were also asked questions about the blacklist. Do you remember being asked questions about that?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury the way the blacklist worked?
If someone publicly criticized Miles Guo or Alliance or New Federal State of China, and then we would put them on the blacklist and approved by Miles Guo. And there's a Getter count to publicly show the blacklist.
Ms. Lee, you were also asked about protest. Do you remember being asked about protest?
Yes.
Who picked the targets of the protest?
Miles Guo.
Who said well done about the violence?
Miles Guo.
You were also asked about being threatened by Zhang Yongbing. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Why did you feel like you were being threatened to be kicked out of the movement? Could you explain to the jury why it felt that way?
Because he asked me to fully responsible for that $38 million. I can't repay. If we lose the case, I can't pay back that much money. I don't have that money. I only have one life they can take.
I won't ask you more about that. You were also asked about being sued by the U.S. bankruptcy trustee.
Yes.
Ms. Lee, are you cooperating with the U.S. bankruptcy trustee?
Yes.
Do you have any formal agreement, or are you just being helpful where asked?
Ms. Shrofa said, "Objection, compound."
The court said, break it down, please.
Could you please describe what you mean? How are you helping the bankruptcy trustee?
I voluntarily contact bankruptcy trustee Luke Despins and explained to him what happened and every document I provided to him.
Ms. Lee, do you remember being asked about the Ashwood Fund?
Yes.
Who asked you to set up the Ashwood Fund?
Miles Guo.
What was the Ashwood Fund used to do?
To do GTV bank investment.
Was that a Miles Guo investment project?
Yes.
Ms. Lee, You were asked questions yesterday on cross-examination about meetings or emails or phone calls with the government. Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall having meetings with the government?
Yes.
Do you recall sending emails to the government?
Yes.
Do you recall having phone calls with the FBI?
Yes.
Do you recall all the exact dates of the meetings with the government?
No.
Do you recall all the exact dates of every email you sent to the government?
No.
Do you recall all the exact dates of every phone call you had with the FBI?
No.
Ms. Lee, when you met with the government, what, if anything, did the government tell you to do in your testimony?
I have to tell the truth.
What are you required to do when you testify under your non-prosecution agreement?
I have to tell the truth.
And before you had a non-prosecution agreement, why did you refuse to sign the false affidavit?
Because that's false. That's lie to the court. That's I don't want to do.
And before you had a non-prosecution agreement, why did you voluntarily travel to the United States to testify?
Because I want to tell the court Miles were misleading me, cheated me, and lied to me.
You still believe in democracy in China, Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Are you testifying today because the CCP forced you to testify?
No. Even now after testify because I show my face, I'm even in greater risk to the CCP.
Did you testify yesterday and today in your real name?
Yes.
Did you show your real face to these jurors?
Yes.
To this whole public courtroom?
Yes.
Did you tell the truth in your testimony, Ms. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Ferguson said, no further questions.
The court said recross.
Recross-examination. By Ms. Schrofa.
You gave documents to the prosecutors, correct?
Yes.
You kept all those documents, correct?
Yes.
Continued on next page. By Ms. Schrofa.
You sent them to him, right?
Yes.
Did you read them before you sent them to him?
Yes.
You read them before you sent them to him and then you discussed them with him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided which documents to save, correct?
I decide.
Right. And you decided which documents you wanted to delete, correct?
I don't delete.
You didn't give him documents about the HA management fees, correct?
Sorry.
Did you give him any documents about the internal workings of HA?
Yeah.
Really? You gave them to him.
Mr. Ferguson said, objection to the commentary on really.
You gave this prosecutor documents pertaining to the internal workings of the HA fund. That's your testimony?
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, asked and answered.
What document are you referred to?
The court said, you don't need to answer.
How about for Archwood? Did you give them any contracts that you had with Archwood?
Yes.
You gave them to him.
Yes.
You gave him email exchanges pertaining to your running of Archwood, this prosecutor.
Can you say it again?
This prosecutor asked you questions again about a place called Mawa. Ms. Schrofa said, can we pull it up for her again? This document, right?
Yes.
How many times did you discuss this document with Mr. Ferguson when you prepared?
I don't remember.
Ms. Schrofa said, could I show her page 2? Do you see point number 1 up there? This house cannot have any more restrictions on how to living or using. Correct?
Yes.
This point is saying that the person who wants to buy the house does not want to be restricted to using it simply as a home. Correct?
Mr. Ferguson said, objection.
I don't know.
The court said, sustained.
What is your understanding of point 1?
I don't know. I just translate.
So you have no understanding of point 1, sitting here today.
Yeah.
Mr. Ferguson said, asked and answered.
The court said, sustained.
You testified about a digital bank project, correct, right now on Redirect?
Yes.
Do you know if the project is still alive?
No, because
You don't, I'm sorry.
it's already seized by DOJ.
I didn't ask you if the money was seized. I'm asking you if the project to get a digital bank is still alive.
Mr. Ferguson said, she answered the question, Your Honor.
No. No.
The court said, you may answer.
You don't know because you're no longer involved, correct?
It stopped. Finished.
You're no longer part of this movement, correct?
Yes.
You don't know what is going on in this movement now, correct?
Yes.
You don't know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now.
This project, I know, stopped. We send it to the Hamilton Fund.
Ms. Schrofa said, move to strike.
The court said, there was not any question pending. These comments are stricken.
You testified now that you were given a false affidavit, correct, and you refused to sign it, right?
Yes.
And then you further testified that you wanted to come and testify here, correct?
Yes.
And the prosecutor asked you questions whether you were using your real face, correct?
Yes.
And he asked you if you were using your real voice, correct?
Yes.
And that is what you did.
Mr. Ferguson said, I didn't ask that.
The court said, sustained.
Ms. Schrofa said, what did he say? Real name. You're testifying under your real name, right?
Yes.
Real name and real face, correct?
Yes.
And you, I just want to be very clear, are testifying against Miles Guo, correct?
No.
Are you testifying for him?
I testify to tell the truth.
You've said that. My question was.
Mr. Ferguson said, Your Honor, asked and answered. She answered the question.
Ms. Schrofa said, no, she didn't, actually.
The court said, you can answer.
Please repeat your question.
You are testifying for the government against Miles Guo.
No.
Ms. Schrofa said, okay. I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ferguson said, no further questions.
The court said, thank you. You may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution may call its next.
Ms. Schrofa said, Your Honor, could we just have one?
The court said yes.
Ms. Schrofa said, thank you.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, the government calls Lonny.
The law clerk said, Would you please pull the microphone witness? Minute. Soza. Close to you. Raise your right hand.
Witness sworn.
The law clerk said, Thank you.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, Lonny, Lonny, Soza, Soza.
The court said, I need you to speak into the microphone and speak up so everyone can hear you.
The witness said, Lonny, Lonny, Soza, Soza.
The court said, you may inquire.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
Lonny Soza, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Soza. I just ask if you can point the mic directly at your mouth. You can feel free to move the mic and move your chair, and with the mic at your mouth, it will be easier for everybody to hear you, okay?
Okay.
Where do you work?
Post Oak Motor Cars.
And where is Post Oak Motor Cars?
In Houston, Texas.
What is Post Oak Motor Cars?
It's a luxury automobile dealership.
What's your position at Post Oak Motor Cars?
I'm the president and general manager.
What sort of cars, if any, does Post Oak sell?
New cars. We sell Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Karma.
What's a Karma?
It's a fully electric car.
What's a Bugatti?
Bugatti is what we would consider a hypercar or a supercar. Pretty exotic and very low-volume built vehicle.
I'm just going to ask you to point the microphone directly at your mouth, okay?
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Did you call it a hypercar?
Hypercar or supercar is how we refer to them.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what a hypercar is?
Hypercar is typically an exotic type of vehicle, like a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, McLaren. They're higher-end vehicles. Bugatti's a little bit different in that the volume of the vehicle built is a lot less.
The court said, "How many are produced in a year?"
The witness said, "I don't know in a year, but what they do is there's 500 Bugattis built. They started building them in 2018, and they would only build 500 worldwide, and so from 18 to 2025 is how that was split up."
How much does a Bugatti cost?
Typically between. They started when they first launched at base price of 2.9 million, but up to over 5 million pretty easily.
And that's for one car?
One car.
Can you describe to the, withdrawn? Did there come a time, if ever, where G Clubs purchased a Bugatti from Post Oak Motors?
Yes.
Can you describe to the members of the jury the process of purchasing a Bugatti, how that works?
It's a little unique and not your typical car purchase. The vehicles are made. They're what they call bespoke built for each client that buys one, so they initially require a deposit, which holds your spot for the vehicle for one of the 500. And then there's a point where their client's vehicle would begin to be built. And you have to configure the vehicle, which means you have to say how you want it to be built, which then requires a second deposit from the time that the vehicle starts. The process of building the vehicle starts is about 10 months, and then at that final 10 months, the vehicle is done, it gets paid for in full, and then delivered to the client.
And when you say delivered to the client, what does that mean?
Well, it gets delivered to the store, and then we would in turn sell the vehicle to the client.
You also mentioned that a Bugatti is bespoke. Can you just explain what that means in the context of Bugattis?
Bespoke is it's pure custom built. So if you wanted to create your own color, create your own theme, your own leathers or leather kind of, configuration, you could do it. There's very few limitations, other than changing the body of the car. There's very few limitations in how you can style the vehicle.
Approximately how many dealerships in the United States, if any, sell Bugattis?
I believe there's 14.
And Post Oak is one of them.
And we're one of them.
Are there any in the tri-state area?
I think the closest one to this area is in Connecticut.
What is H.R. Owen?
H.R. Owen is a luxury dealership based out of London that sells Bugattis as well, and I believe Bentley and Rolls-Royce.
What business, if any, did H.R. Owen refer to Post Oak in the fall of 2021?
So H.R. Owen had a client that they say wanted to have a US-spec Bugatti. And they could not sell, obviously, overseas. They couldn't sell and export, so they asked us if we would to sell the vehicle on their behalf and split the profit with them.
And why could H.R. Owen not sell a U.S. vehicle?
Those vehicles have to be homologated to be able to drive on U.S. roads.
And what's homologated mean?
It basically makes the vehicle roadworthy and meets all the national highway and safety transportation requirements.
And did you agree to take on this client from H.R. Owen?
I did.
What's the name of the client?
Mileson Guo.
How do you spell Guo?
Guo.
What was your understanding of what Mileson sought?
Just to have a US-spec car.
And why is that?
For his home or one of his homes in the US.
And where was that home located?
Initially I was understanding it to be Connecticut.
Did you ever meet Mileson Guo?
No, sir.
And in the fall of 2021, what was your understanding of who Mileson Guo was?
Back then, he was just a billionaire that was looking to buy another supercar.
Who handled the configuration, the bespoke specifications for this Mileson Bugatti, H.R. Owen or Post Oak?
H.R. Owen.
And who made the payments for this Mileson Guo Bugatti?
G Club International.
And what was your understanding of, withdrawn? At this time, in the fall of 2021, what was your understanding of what G Club International was?
It was just one of his companies.
Did you communicate with anyone from G Club?
Yes, I did. The CEO of G Club International.
What was their name?
Limori Reyes Molinares.
Did you communicate with anyone else from G Club?
No, from G Club, no.
Did you communicate with anyone else about this Bugatti?
Towards the end of the transaction, the gentleman named Mr. He.
Mr. He?
He.
What was Mr. He's first name?
I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, may I approach?
The court said yes.
Mr. Finkel said, handing the witness a binder of several documents. I'll ask you to please flip through that binder. Mr. Finkel said, For the record, that binder contains government exhibits 226 to 233, 240, 243, and 244 to 249. Mr. Soza, have you seen this binder before?
Yes, I have.
And when have you seen it before?
Earlier today.
Okay. And what is in that binder?
These are communications via email as well as the contract to order the Bugatti and the actual configuration for the vehicle.
Okay. Any financial documents in there?
Yes, there are. There are transactions for wire transfers.
Okay. And with respect to the communications, who are the communications with?
Myself, Ms. Limori from G Club, and H.R. Owen.
And the financial documents, where are they from?
Those are from my office.
And does your office maintain financial documents?
Yes, we do.
In the regular course of business?
We do.
Mr. Finkel said, All right. Your Honor, the government offers GX 226 to 233, 240, 243, and 244 to 249.
Mr. Barkan said, No objection, Your Honor.
The court said, It is admitted or they are admitted.
Government's exhibits 226 to 233, 240, 243, and 244 to 249 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, Thank you, Your Honor.
By Mr. Finkel.
Mr. Soza, by the way, where is H.R. Owen located?
London, England.
And you mentioned that you understood in the fall of 2021 that G Clubs was his company. I think is what you said.
Correct.
Whose company?
Mr. Guo's.
Mr. Finkel said, Okay. If we can please pull up, Ms. Loftus, or I'm sorry. Mr. Gartland, what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 226? And we can publish it, please. Mr. Soza, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the initial contract for ordering the Bugatti.
Mr. Finkel said, Okay. And if we can zoom in at the top half, please, Mr. Gartland. And who's the buyer?
G Club International Limited.
And why does it say G Club International Limited instead of Miles Guo?
Because we understood it to be purchased by his company.
And is that a common occurrence in your line of business?
It's a very common occurrence.
Why is that?
We see a lot of vehicles being purchased by companies, churches, different entities.
Okay.
Quite often.
And on the right side it says ordered vehicle Bugatti Chiron Super Sport?
Correct.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a Chiron Super Sport is?
Chiron is the 500 Bugatti being built right now. Super Sport is one of the iterations of those 500 cars. They make I don't know exactly how many they make. But let's say it's a percentage of the 500 cars or Super Sports.
Where are Bugattis manufactured?
In Molsheim, France.
Mr. Finkel said, Okay. And we can zoom out of that. And if we can go to the second page. And if you can zoom in on the top 2A, please. And so can you explain to the members of the jury, please, Mr. Soza, what the base price for this vehicle was?
The base price is $3.825 million.
And is that a negotiated price?
It is not.
Who sets the price?
Bugatti does.
And what does the price depend on? You said before there was a range.
The earlier model Chiron started out as a base price of $2.9 million. By the time they got to the Super Sport, the base price had risen to $3.825 million.
Mr. Finkel said, you can zoom out of that, please. And if we can go to page 4. In paragraph 4, Mr. Soza, there are sort of initial payment, second payment, final payment. Can you just explain what that's about?
So the initial payment is the deposit that says you're a committed buyer. And you're waiting for your allocated slot. When Bugatti allocates your position or slot for your vehicle to be built, then a second payment, a second deposit is required, along with a signed configuration saying that this is the vehicle. This is how the vehicle is going to be specified. And then again, when the vehicle is built and undergoing its final testing phases, then full payment is required prior to the vehicle being shipped from the manufacturer to the store.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can go to page 7, please, Mr. Gartland. And if you can scroll down a little bit, so we have both 7 and 8. Perfect. Do you see paragraph 11, Mr. Soza? It says compliance/sanctions list.
I do.
What is the purpose of that paragraph?
If there are any clients on any sanctions list, in my world we look at a system called sorry. I'm at a loss for words right now, oh fuck. That would tell us if basically we're allowed to do business with any particular party, and yeah. That's basically it. It's a no-go list for us.
Okay. And this particular purchase, did Post Oak run its due diligence and OFAC check?
Yes.
Any problems?
No, sir.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can go to page 10, please, Mr. Gartland. Who signed this contract?
That's Limori Reyes from G Club International and myself.
And what is your understanding, if any, why Ms. Reyes signed this contract as opposed to Miles Guo? As you say?
Right. She was the CEO of the company and it's, again, pretty normal for us to do. To have these kind of transactions where a representative of the company will buy the car.
Representative of whose company?
Of any company.
In this case, representative of whose company?
Of Mr. Guo's company.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. If we can go to Government Exhibit 227, which is in evidence. And this top document, is this an email from you to Ms. Reyes?
That's correct.
And what are you attaching to this email?
This is the, we say, specifications. This is the configuration for the vehicle as it's to be built.
Mr. Finkel said, you can scroll down, please, Mr. Gartland. Keep going. Right there. And what is this page that the jury is looking at?
This is a summary page of the price of the Chiron Super Sport, along with a digital image of what it should look like.
And that's the image of the car.
Correct.
And so this is the sort of a computerized spec of what the car will look like after it was designed.
Correct.
And for customer name, what's the customer name?
Miles Guo.
Mr. Finkel said, and then if you can zoom in back on that again, please. And then below, you said Miles Guo, is that right?
Correct.
There is base price options and total price. What's going on there?
So the base price is just the car before you do any particular personal touches to it. In this case it was $599,800 of additional options added to the vehicle.
And so the total price was?
For $8 million.
And the additional options that cost just a shade under $600,000. What is your understanding of who selected those additional options?
Mr. Guo.
Mr. Finkel said, scroll down, please, Mr. Gartland, to the next page. Keep going. Keep going, please. We're going to go to page 7. And Mr. Gartland, I'll ask that you sort of slowly scroll through the next couple pages. And as he does that, Mr. Soza, can you explain to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
These are digital renditions of the vehicle as it should be built.
Mr. Finkel said, "Stop right there. What is that plaque?"
That's all Bugattis have that plaque as one of 500. It doesn't tell you which number in the sequence that it falls in, but it's one of 500 to be built.
This Milesungwa Bugatti. What number Bugatti was it?
This was actually number 400, coincidentally.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we could go now to Government Exhibit 230. And I want to direct your attention, Mr. Soza, to the second email, dated November 12, 2021. And what is Ms. Reyes communicating? What is your understanding of what Ms. Reyes is communicating to you in this email?"
She's confirming that the configuration chosen was accepted and approved.
And what is the subject line of this email?
The subject line is Configuration Form Chiron Super Sport Milesungwa version 1.
Were there any changes made after that configuration was sent along?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can look at Government Exhibit 232. And this first email from Ms. Reyes to you, I believe, on November 30th, 2021. What is your understanding of what Ms. Reyes is communicating to you in this email?"
We had received a second deposit for the vehicle, or a wire, unsolicited. And it's hard for us to tell where a wire came from sometimes or what car it's allocated to. So, because it was such a large amount, and internally we could only really associate it with this vehicle. So I'm asking Ms. Reyes if they had sent this amount of money to us to confirm that it was received. Or to confirm it was to go towards the Bugatti purchase.
And she's confirming it?
She's confirming it.
And what was the amount of that wire payment?
$1,150,000.
And what's the subject line of this email?
Configuration Form Chiron Super Sport Milesungwa version 1.
Mr. Finkel said, "If we can look at GX 233, please. You can scroll down, please. And what is this document?"
This is the final invoice for requesting final payment for the Bugatti since it had completed its process of being built.
And did Milesungwa's company pay in full for this Bugatti?
Eventually, yes. Yes.
And was that cash or did they take out a loan?
It was all wire transfers.
Did there come a time, if ever, when the Bugatti was delivered to Post Oak?
Yes, the vehicle was shipped from the manufacturer to Post Oak.
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, may I approach again?"
The court said, "Did you offer financing?"
The witness said, There is actually financing available for those cars. It's a unique program, but it's only on the final payment."
Mr. Soza, I'm handing you a bunch of documents, which I'll identify in a moment. If you could just look through those, please. Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, for the record, these are Government Exhibits 202 to 223. Do you recognize those images, Mr. Soza?"
I do.
What are they?
They're of the actual vehicle.
Images of the actual Bugatti?
Bugatti Chiron Super Sport.
Mr. Finkel said, "Government offers 202 to 223.
Mr. Barkan said, "No objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "They're admitted."
Government's Exhibits 202 to 223 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, "Mr. Gartland, if we could please publish Government Exhibit 218.
By Mr. Finkel.
What is Government Exhibit 218?
This is the Bugatti Chiron Super Sport.
This is the one that Milesungwa ordered?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Finkel said, "And if we can look at both 216 and 205. Where is this photograph taken?"
This was in the shop of our store.
What kind of tires does this car have?
They're specially made Michelin tires, built only for this car.
How much do they cost?
To replace, about $10,000.
And how often does the owner of this vehicle have to replace the $10,000 tires?
Typically every 500 or so miles.
500?
500.
Why does the tire need to be replaced after only 500 miles?
I'm sure it's built for the performance of the car. The rubber is typically softer, so it's going to wear out a little bit faster based on how the car drives.
What other upkeep is required for this sort of vehicle?
There's annual maintenance that's required.
How much does that cost?
About $80,000.
And what happens for the annual maintenance?
The vehicle, basically the back half of the vehicle, is removed, and a lot of the hoses and seals in the vehicle are all replaced. It's about a crate, a pallet's worth of materials, mechanical materials that go back into the car.
Can any regular car service shop service a Bugatti?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, what's the closest service shop for a Bugatti of this sort to New York City?
Greenwich, Connecticut.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at Government Exhibit 209, please. How many miles were on this car when it was delivered?
245.
Why so many?
Part of the process for doing the quality check for the vehicle is road testing it on actual roads. So Bugatti will put that amount of miles basically braking in the car before it's delivered to the client. So when it's delivered, it's ready to drive.
And what advice, if any, do you give Bugatti customers about how many miles they should put on it a year?
There's two schools of thought. One is, if you're a collector, you put as little miles as possible, and the other is, the car is made to be driven. Drive it for anywhere in the world you want, so, yeah.
How fast does it go?
This particular model, shy of 300 miles per hour, but they do make one that goes over 300.
And you said if you're a collector, you want to put on as few miles as possible. What do you mean by that? Like if you're a collector, what do you mean by that?
The cars, you know, are anticipated to appreciate in value, so obviously the lower the miles. As the car ages, the higher the value should go, theoretically.
Do you market this kind of car as an investment to some customers?
We don't market it as an investment, but we do have that discussion with clients.
Did you have that discussion in this particular case with my son Guo?
I've never talked to my son Guo.
What about with Limari Reyes?
No, and 201.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at Government Exhibits 202. Mr. Soza, what is this box in Government Exhibit 202 and opened in 201?
This is the key box. It holds the fancier key for the vehicle and also what we call a super key, which is used to unlock the higher performance of the vehicle if you're going to take it on a track.
If one were to lose the super key, how much would it cost to replace?
The bigger key in there, I believe, is around $10,000.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. We can take that down. You mentioned someone named Mr. He. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever communicate with him in any way?
We did, a couple of emails, and a couple of phone calls.
Okay. And just at a high level, what was the nature of your discussions with Mr. He?
Determining where the vehicle would ultimately be registered so that we could calculate taxes and registration and do final delivery for the car.
And why did you start talking to Mr. He as opposed to Ms. Reyes?
I was directed, I was trying to finish out this transaction. And at some point in time Ms. Reyes wasn't as responsive. And then Mr. He came into the picture to discuss options of taking delivery of the vehicle.
And what did Mr. He say, if anything, about taxes?
He was wanting to find out where he could register the vehicle and basically pay as little to or no taxes for the car.
And what advice, if any, did you provide Mr. He about taxes?
Well, I told him I couldn't provide him a guidance on that particular matter.
And did there come a time, if ever, where, well, you had the car in your lot? Is that correct?
We did.
Did Mr. He want to come pick it up in your lot?
No. They were, well, I say they. He was asking if we could have the vehicle shipped overseas for them.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can show what's in evidence, I believe as government exhibit, yup, 240. We can zoom in on that email. Please, Mr. Garland. What's the date of this email?
This is February 9th, 2023.
And can you read the first sentence? From, oh sorry. Who is this email from?
This is from Mr. He.
And what's his email address?
It is coolLHR@protonmail.com.
And can you read the first sentence he wrote to you?
We have the register company ready. Please let me know what informations do you need for the register?
And then the second paragraph.
In regarding for delivery, we are planning for a tour with this vehicle. Could we have quotations for delivery this vehicle to from US to UK, Switzerland, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi for temporary import less than 6 months on a single location if you provide this service, please?
Have you ever been to Abu Dhabi?
I have not been to Abu Dhabi.
Have you ever been to Dubai?
I have been to Dubai.
What is your understanding why Mr. He wanted to ship this car to Switzerland, Dubai, or Abu Dhabi?
I don't know that I had an understanding other than they wanted to take delivery outside of the US.
If Post Oak wanted to, could it have shipped this Bugatti Chiron Super Sport to a foreign country?
No, we could not.
Why not?
Because we don't export vehicles.
Why not?
It's just typically the manufacturers restrict us, in our dealer agreements, from doing so.
At this time, so by February 9th, 2023, had Post Oak been contacted by the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And what did the FBI, initially, what did the FBI seek from Post Oak, if anything?
They subpoenaed all the documents. Any communications and documentation regarding this transaction.
And did Post Oak provide such documents?
We did.
And at this time, in February of 2023, were you still in contact with the FBI?
Yes, we were.
And U.S. Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time where the FBI returned to Post Oak with a search warrant?
Yes, they did.
And can you tell the jury what that search warrant was for?
The search warrant was to install tracking devices in the vehicle.
Which vehicle?
The Bugatti Chiron Super Sport.
And did the FBI do that?
They did.
After the FBI installed tracking devices in the Bugatti Chiron Super Sport, did anyone from G Clubs or Miles Sungwa or Mr. He pick up the Super Sport?
No, sir.
Mr. Finkel said, we can look at Government Exhibit 223. Mr. Soza, what are we looking at here?
This is the Bugatti Chiron being loaded into a transport for. It was being seized at the time.
Who seized it?
The U.S. Marshals.
And did they have a warrant for it?
They did.
And around the time of the seizure, did the FBI ask you to do anything else?
Prior to the seizure, they asked me to send communications to Mr. He via email.
And did you do that?
I did.
And after you sent those communications to Mr. He, did the FBI ask you to do anything else?
They had asked me to communicate with him via text.
Did you do that?
I did not.
Why not?
I just wasn't comfortable with it.
And what, if anything, did Post Oak do after you were asked to talk to Mr. He via text?
We provided the FBI with a phone from our account.
And do you know what, if anything, the FBI did with that account?
I do not.
Do you know if the FBI had conversations with Mr. He?
I do not.
Do you know what Mr. He's relationship is, if any, with my son Guo?
I do not.
Or G Clubs?
No, sir.
One moment. Mr. Finkel said, if we can take that down and display Government Exhibit GX635. It's an evidence so we can publish it. Please. If you can zoom into the top of that, please, Mr. Gartland. Can you read that top sentence, please?
Written resolution of the sole director.
And the next sentence?
Freedom Media Ventures Limited.
Have you seen this document before?
No, sir.
And can you read the sentence below where it says, Written resolution of the sole director. Freedom Media Ventures Limited, the company.
How and he, you want me to read that?
Yeah.
Being the sole director of the company. A company limited by shares organized under the laws of the British Virgin Islands, with its registered address at 2nd floor Waters Edge Building, Wickham's Quay 2, Road Town Tortola, British Virgin Islands. Hereby certify that the following resolutions were resolved.
In total, how much did Post Oak collect as a result of the sale of this Bugatti Super Sport?
I believe $4.4 million and change.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further. Thank you.
The court said, cross-examination?
Mr. Barkan said, yes, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Barkan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Soza.
Good afternoon.
You're the president of Post Oak Motors?
Right.
Yes, sir. You've been in that role for about 7 years?
Correct.
Post Oak sells high-end cars, right?
Correct.
Super high-end cars, right?
The court said, if you would draw the microphone closer to you, please.
Mr. Barkan said, sorry, Your Honor. Post Oak sells high-end cars, right?
Yes, sir.
Super high-end cars, right?
Correct.
Including Bugattis, right?
Including Bugattis.
Bugatti made the world's fastest car, right?
To a certain point, yes.
Over 1,000 kilometers an hour?
I don't know kilometers. I know miles.
And Post Oak sells the Chiron, right?
Correct.
Very limited supply?
500.
Right. You testified on direct only 500 are going to be made ever. These are incredibly sought-after cars. Right?
I would say so.
You sell 1 or 2 a year, right, at most?
Correct.
Now the Bugatti ordered by G Clubs was number 400 out of 500, right?
Yes.
Fair to say it's pretty difficult to secure an opportunity to purchase that particular car.
What do you mean, the number 400?
Yeah.
I think that was a coincidence.
Is it fair to say that it's difficult to purchase any of the 500 cars?
Depends on the means of the person buying.
And you testified on direct that a Bugatti Chiron could appreciate in value, right?
We anticipate that that could be the case.
You testified on direct that the Chiron was going to originally be configured for Mileson Guo, right?
Yes.
By H.R. Owen, right?
Yes.
You understood that Mileson Guo was a regular customer of H.R. Owen, right?
Yes.
And it was your understanding, I think you testified on direct, that Mileson just wanted another supercar. Right?
A US specification.
So your understanding is that Mileson owned other supercars, right?
That was my understanding, but I don't know directly.
Have you heard of a car called the Pagani Zonda?
I don't know the Zonda, but I know Pagani as a brand.
Okay. Do you understand that Mileson designed his own Pagani Zonda?
No.
It's not unusual for customers to be referred to you, right?
No, sir.
Including from other Bugatti dealerships, right?
Not in the States.
Here, H.R. Owen referred the purchase of the Chiron to Post Oak, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you understood that the customer wanted it for use in the United States, right?
Correct.
And it was designed to be used in the United States, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barkan said, can we pull up Government Exhibit 226, which is in evidence? And can we zoom in on the top half, please? Now at the top of the page, it says, supplemental terms for the purchase of the Bugatti Chiron Super Sport, right?
Yes, sir.
And under the word buyer, it says G Club International Limited, right?
Correct.
And then a few lines down, next to email, it says elimaria@gclubs.com, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barkan said, if we go to page 10, please. And you see the signature blocks here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Lemori Ray is signed for the buyer, right?
Yes.
On October 28, 2021?
Yes.
And you understood that Limori Reyes was with G Clubs, right?
Correct.
In fact, you testified on direct she was their CEO, right?
Yes.
And that's your signature by the retailer, right?
It is.
Mr. Barkan said, we can take that down. Could we go to GX227, please? Okay. This is a November 1st, 2021, email from you two.
Limari Reyes, right?
Yes.
And it says, Hi, Limori. Apologies for the delay in getting back to you. Attached you will find the specifications for the build coordinated with Art Catalozzi, our Bugatti partner in London. This configuration will need to be signed as well. Once we receive along with the deposit, your allocation slot will be locked in. You see that, right?
Yes, sir.
So on November 1st, you sent initial specifications to Ms. Molinares, right?
Yes.
Mr. Barkan said, can we scroll down to page 3? And let's look at the top half, please. So this is the first page of the specification you sent on November 1st, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top it says, personal configuration for Bugatti London, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next to customer name, it says Milson Guo, right?
Yes.
Mr. Barkan said, okay. Let's go down to page 6 of the PDF, please. So if you look here, and if you focus on the bottom half of the page, you see the signature lines, right?
Yes.
They are blank, right?
Yes.
No one filled in signature lines, right?
No.
No one filled in the date lines?
No.
Milson Guo didn't sign this document, right?
I don't see any signatures.
Mr. Barkan said, could we go to GX230, please? And if you look at the second email down, this is an email from Limori Molinares to you dated November 12th. Right?
Correct.
And she says, Dear Mr. Soza. Attached Bugatti's personal configuration accepted with approval signature. You see that, right?
Correct.
Mr. Barkan said, so let's go to page 4 of the PDF, please. And if we look at the top half, this is a similar document. It says, personal configuration for Bugatti London, right?
Yes.
But the customer name now says G Club International Limited, right?
It does.
No longer says Milson Guo, right?
It does not.
Mr. Barkan said, if we go down to page 7, please. And here, do you see the line that says signature customer?
Yes.
And you see a signature above that line, right?
Yes.
And there's a date written in by hand?
Yes.
And that date is November 12, 2021, right?
Yes.
So the previous version of this document that we looked at that you sent to Ms. Molinares on November 1st had Milson Guo identified in the document. Right?
It did.
But that version was unsigned, right?
The version that oh wait. I'm sorry. Say that again? Which version? The one that you said before?
The previous version we looked at.
Yes, that you showed us was unsigned, yes.
But 11 days later the customer was changed to G Club International, right?
It looks like it.
And that version was signed by the buyer, right?
I don't know whose signature that is.
But it's signed, right?
It's signed.
And Ms. Molinares sent that to you and said it was signed, right?
I don't remember. I don't remember seeing this document with G Club International on it. I'm not saying it's not there, but...
Mr. Barkan said, well, could we go back up to the first page of the document, please? So in the second email, this is Limori Reyes sending this signed document to you, right?
Okay.
And she's the CEO of G Clubs, isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Barkan said, could we go to GX244, please? Thank you. Now I just want to confirm that you testified on direct that all of the payments for the Chiron came from G Clubs. Isn't that right?
I did not. I said they all came via wire transfer.
Your testimony is that the payments did not come from G clubs.
They all came for the vehicle being purchased through G clubs, but...
Okay. Well, let's look in column F.
All right.
The first and second deposit payments are indicated as coming from Limori Molinaris, isn't that right?
Right.
And the fourth, fifth, and sixth lines indicate that G Club made these payments, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the second payment. Mr. Barkan said, could we pull up GX232 side by side with this document, please? So could we pull up GX232? Okay. And this is a November 30th, 2021, email from Limori Molinaris to you, isn't that right?
Yes.
And she says, Dear Mr. Soza, I hope you had a wonderful holiday weekend. Apologies for the delayed response. Yes, our finance team submitted a payment for $1,150,000. Please confirm the above was the amount received, to be applied to our current remaining balance. You see that, right?
Yes. Please.
Mr. Barkan said, okay. Could we go back to GX244? And so line 3, that payment for $1,150,000. That's the payment that Ms. Molinaris was confirming in that email, isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you. There were no payments from Miles' right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There were no payments from Miles Guo, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And there were no payments from Ho Wan Kwok, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And there were no payments from Miles Kwok, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Barkan said, thank you. You can take that down. You mentioned on direct, you were asked about sanctions lists, right?
Yes, sir.
What's a sanctions list?
To the best of my knowledge, it's like like I said, we use OFAC. And my understanding is it tracks people who have illicitly moved money or terrorists, or funding terrorist organizations. And those, if we were to pull that, if somebody were to pop up on that list, obviously it's a red flag and we wouldn't be doing business with that person. I'm not sure what the exact protocols are after that, but...
What's OFAC?
I don't know. It's a government agency. It's a government resource. I don't remember. I don't remember exactly what it means, but it's pulled for every transaction.
Mr. Soza. You testified on direct about an email in which Mr. He asked about price quotes for shipping the Chiron out of the United States. Right?
Correct.
That email was dated February of 2023, isn't that right?
I guess so, yeah. I'm not looking at it.
That was the first time Mr. He mentioned shipping the Chiron abroad, right?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Ms. Molinaris never mentioned shipping the Chiron abroad, right?
No.
And at the time the Chiron was ordered, your understanding was that it was for use in the United States. Right?
Yes.
And that's why the car was being shipped from France to the United States, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it was shipped from France to the United States, right?
It was.
Mr. Barkan said, thank you. Nothing further.
The court said, any redirect?
Mr. Finkel said, no. Thank you, Mr. Soza.
The court said, thank you. You may step out.
Witness excused.
The court said, and the prosecution may call its next witness.
Mr. Finkel said, the government calls Margaret Murphy.
The law clerk said, would you please pull the mic really close to you and raise your right hand?
Witness sworn.
The law clerk said, thank you.
The court said, please state your name and spell it.
The witness said, sure. It's Margaret Murphy. Margaret. Last name Murphy. Murphy.
The court said, you may inquire.
Mr. Finkel said, thank you, Your Honor.
Margaret Murphy, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn, testified as follows. Direct examination. By Mr. Finkel.
Where do you work?
For FBI New York.
And what is your title?
Special Agent.
Special Agent Murphy, how long have you been with the FBI?
Since March 2016.
And what office are you assigned to?
New York.
What is the RT?
ERT is the Evidence Response Team.
And what does the RT do as a sort of general matter?
ERT will collect forensic evidence or assist squads with executing search warrants.
Do you have a particular role with ERT?
I'm an assistant team leader for one of the teams, and I'm a photographer as well.
What sort of training, if any, is an ERT member required to have?
We're required to attend an ERT basic training, where we're trained in different forensic methods for collecting evidence.
I want to direct your attention to March 15, 2023. What, if anything, did you do in connection with your ERT assignment on that day?
I was the photographer for a search warrant.
And where was that search?
It was at the Sherry Netherland, which was 781 Fifth Avenue.
Right here in Manhattan?
Yes.
You mentioned there was a search warrant. Did the FBI in fact have a search warrant that day?
Yes, we did.
And what did the search warrant permit the FBI to do, if anything?
It permitted us to conduct a search of the 18th floor apartment and to collect evidence related to certain crimes.
And Special Agent Murphy, I'm just going to ask if you can direct the mic. Point it at your mouth so that it picks up your voice and everyone can hear you.
Sure.
Feel free to move it so it's comfortable for you, all right? Thank you. Special Agent Murphy. Did the FBI also have an arrest warrant that day?
Yes, we did.
And was anyone arrested on March 15, 2023, at the Sherry Netherland?
Yes.
Who?
Miles Guo.
Mr. Finkel said, Your Honor, at this time the government offers a stipulation, GXSTIP 3. I'm just going to offer it. Government offers Stip 3.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit Stip 3 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, and Mr. Gartland, or Ms. Loftus, if we can please publish GX Stip 3. Okay. And if you can scroll down a little bit, please, Ms. Loftus. If called as a witness at trial, a special agent of the FBI would testify as follows. On March 15, 2023, special agents and other FBI employees executed a lawful search of the Sherry Netherland, 781 Fifth Avenue, 18th floor, New York, New York. During the course of that search, FBI personnel took photographs of interior spaces of the Sherry Netherland.
The interpreter said, Your Honor, the interpreter is requesting the counsel to move at a pace so we can interpret.
The court said, if you'll just slow down.
Mr. Finkel said, I'm sorry. During the course of that search, FBI personnel took photographs of interior spaces of the Sherry Netherland, 781 Fifth Avenue, 18th floor, New York, New York, and also lawfully seized items, documents, and electronic devices. GXSH1, GXSH206 are fair and accurate photographs of interior spaces of the Sherry Netherland, 781 Fifth Avenue, 18th floor, New York, New York, that were lawfully captured by an FBI photographer on March 15, 2023. And Your Honor, at this time the government offers GXSH1 through GXSH206.
The court said, they are admitted.
Government's Exhibits SH1 through SH206 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, we can take that down, Ms. Loftus.
By Mr. Finkel.
Special Agent Murphy, can you just briefly describe the search on March 15, 2023, of the 18th floor of the Sherry Netherland Hotel? What took place? What did you do, as a general matter?
Sure. So we entered the premises, once it was cleared, did a walkthrough of the apartment. And then took photographs of the apartment as it was before we searched it. And then also collected evidence to include electronic devices, some clothing items, documentation, and some other items, and photographed those as well, and then conducted exit photos and concluded the search. SH 48.
Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, if we can publish GXSH2 and Special Agent Murphy, what are we looking at in SH2 and SH48?
This is the elevator landing of the 18th floor that opens to the apartment that we searched.
How many apartments are on the 18th floor?
Just one.
How large is it?
Fairly large.
How long does it take to walk from sort of one side to the other?
It would take several minutes.
Are there any exterior spaces on the 18th floor?
Yes, there are also 2 terraces.
Did you go out on the terraces?
Yes, I did, to photograph them.
And what do they overlook?
Central Park.
Are there any buildings obstructing the view of Central Park?
No.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at SH3, please. And Special Agent Murphy, what are we looking at here?
This is the dining room. I believe it was room A for the purposes of our search.
Mr. Finkel said, and Ms. Loftus, you can zoom in sort of on the wallpaper. Those images on the wall, can you describe for the jury how they were present there, if at all?
It appears to me that it was wallpaper.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can please look at SH6. Ms. Loftus, if we can zoom in on the lower half from the sort of top of the windowsill, a little further up. No. A little further up. Yup. All the way to the bottom. Special Agent Murphy, what is that silver cube-like object in the windowsill?
I believe it's an espresso machine.
And what's below the espresso machine?
There's a tote bag.
And what's it say on it?
The new federal state of China.
Special Agent Murphy, aside from your testimony here today and your search on March 15, 2023, were you otherwise involved in this case?
No.
Why then were you involved in the search?
It's very typical for ERT members and other agents and support staff to assist in execution of search warrants for other cases.
Do you know what the new federal state of China is?
I do not.
Or why that's imprinted on a tote bag?
I do not.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can please look at GXSH207. Could we rotate that? If we could display for the witness only GXSH207. Special Agent Murphy, what is GXSH207?
This is a layout of the 18th floor of the Sherry Netherland.
And is it a fair and accurate layout of the 18th floor of the Sherry Netherland?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, the government offers GXSH207.
Mr. Kamraju said, no objection.
The court said, it is admitted.
Government's Exhibit SH207 received in evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, if we could publish that, please. Special Agent Murphy, there appear to be letters in various places on this map. Can you explain to the jury why that is?
Yes. So we assign room labels to each room in the area that we're searching, so that we can trace back where we found each piece of evidence.
Mr. Finkel said, and Ms. Loftus, if you can zoom in on the right side of this, please. Keep going. And scroll down a little bit, please. Okay. What's the letter for the master bedroom?
Room P.
And to the left of that, what room is letter Q?
That's the dressing room.
And what about letter N? What's that?
That's a walk-in closet.
And did you enter the walk-in closet, master bedroom, and dressing room?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe to the members of the jury how, if at all, those rooms are connected?
Yeah, they're all connected to the master bedroom through doorways, but yeah. They're all connected.
Mr. Finkel said, all right. If we can please look at GXSH19. Special Agent Murphy, what is this an image of?
This is room N, the walk-in closet.
And this is the walk-in closet connected to the master bedroom?
Yes, it is.
And that piece of paper that says N on it, was that there when FBI arrived?
No.
Can you describe why it's there?
Those are the room labels I was describing earlier. We put it up as we're taking entry photos.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at GXSH 15 and 16. Is this that same closet?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at SH 130. Is SH 130 a photograph from that same closet?
Yes, it is.
By the way, who took these photographs?
I did.
Mr. Finkel said, all right. Ms. Loftus, if we can display SH 165 and 164. Special Agent Murphy, are these photographs also taken in that same closet N?
Yes, they were.
Mr. Finkel said, and Ms. Loftus, you can zoom in on the right, the label, please. Special Agent Murphy, what does the label inside the suit pocket hanging in closet N say?
It says Brioni for Miles Kwok.
What's Brioni?
It's a high-end men's clothing line.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can look at SH 167 and 166. If we can zoom in, Ms. Loftus, on the right side. Special Agent Murphy, are these images from that same closet?
Yes, they are.
Similar label for Miles Kwok?
Yes.
Mr. Finkel said, and if we can now look at, please, GXSH 28 and GXSH 29. Special Agent Murphy, what are photographs SH 28 and SH 29?
This is an item we seized during the search warrant.
And where are these photographs taken?
This is the master bedroom, room P.
And that's the master bedroom connected to the closet?
Yes.
And what is that on the bed?
It's a cell phone.
And where was that cell phone found?
It was found between the mattresses during the arrest and clear of the apartment.
It was found under the mattress.
Yes.
What's a knock and announce?
Knock and announce is typically what the FBI does before we execute a search warrant to alert the people inside the premises that the FBI is there and announce their presence.
What does the FBI do when it knocks and announces?
Typically knocks and announce and say, FBI, search warrant, come to the door.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at GXSH 152. If we can zoom in on the right side, the top half. The right side, please. Ms. Loftus. Yeah. And what's that post-it note?
That's a post-it note with the names of the people who found the item and the room where they found it.
So this is room S?
Yes.
And what does it say on the document itself at the top?
G Club.
Do you know what G Club is?
I know it's an entity associated with Miles Guo, but I don't know anything else.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. Can we look at please SH 153? What does that red card say?
Mileson.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at, please, SH 156 and 157. What are we looking at in SH 156 and SH 157?
It's an international driving permit from Hong Kong, an exit and entry permit for Taiwan.
And the right side, the 157, are those documents open?
Yes.
And who are these documents for? Mr. Finkel said, Ms. Loftus, you can zoom in on the right side.
So the name is Kwok Ho Won for the driving permit.
And the post on the left in the zoomed up part of the screen, where were these documents found?
These were found in room S, which was the study, in the top left drawer of a black desk.
Mr. Finkel said, if we can look at SH 149. Can you zoom in, Ms. Loftus, so that we could see the note, the post-it, Where were these two items found?
They were also found in room S, which was a study, right top drawer of black desk.
Mr. Finkel said, okay. Zoom out of that, please. Can you zoom in, Ms. Loftus, on the two golden items? Can you zoom in on the one all the way on the left? We can look at SH58, please. What is this?
This was another room in the apartment. I believe this was room X.
Special Agent Murphy, did you also take a number of photographs of other types of clothing?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Finkel said, could we look at SH81 and 82? Are these the sorts of clothing that you took photographs of?
Yes.
Who selected which pieces of clothing to take photographs of?
We had a search team that was guided by the case agents who had knowledge of the case.
So did you select, or did they select?
They selected it.
Do you know what G Fashion is?
I know it's an entity associated with Miles Guo, but that's all.
Special Agent Murphy, approximately how many photographs did you take on March 15, 2023?
It was over 700.
And the photographs that were admitted into evidence just before, and the photographs that were shown to you today. Did you have any role in selecting what photographs were shown?
I did not.
How many times did we meet before you testified today?
I think we met 4 or 5 times.
And aside from your testimony today and your search on March 15, 2023, did you have any other involvement in this case?
I did not.
Mr. Finkel said, nothing further.
The court said, cross-examination.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. By Mr. Kamraju.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Murphy.
Hi.
It is Friday afternoon, so I'm going to try to do this quickly, okay?
Okay.
I know you said you were with the evidence response team, correct?
Correct.
And part of the role of the evidence response team is to collect evidence and transport it back to FBI. The FBI field office, right?
Well, it depends. But usually the person responsible for transporting the evidence back to the field office. It could be someone from the case team, not necessarily someone on the evidence response team. It all depends who the seizing agent is.
Got it. But there's somebody with the FBI who is responsible for transporting the evidence back, right?
Correct.
And in terms of the Sherry Netherlands search, there were agents responsible for doing that there also. Right?
Yes.
Now, how did you arrive at the Sherry Netherlands that day?
Me personally.
Yes.
I drove my bureau-issued vehicle.
Okay. And where did you park?
I think I parked somewhere near 59th Street, near Central Park.
Do you know if the Sherry Netherlands has its own garage?
I don't know.
Now you testified I believe that the search warrant that was going to be executed was for the 18th floor apartment. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and the items to be seized, if any, were to be seized from that apartment, right?
Correct.
So the FBI was not permitted that day to seize a Bugatti, correct?
Mr. Finkel said, objection.
The court said, overruled. You may answer.
I was executing, part of a team executing one search warrant that was issued that day. I'm not sure if there were any other warrants that the FBI was authorized. So I can only speak to the search warrant for 781 Fifth Avenue.
Okay. Prior to conducting this search and arrest operation, the FBI held a briefing, right?
Yes.
And you attended the briefing, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of the briefing was to go over the operation, right?
Correct.
And to talk about what the FBI could and cannot do during the operation, right?
Yes.
And that's all standard, right?
Yes.
It's happened before every search warrant you've ever executed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And during that meeting there was no search warrant for a Bugatti discussed, right?
Mr. Finkel said, "Objection, Your Honor."
The court said, "You may answer."
I don't recall anything about a Bugatti.
Okay. Same answer with respect to any kind of Lamborghini, right?
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor, could we approach, actually?"
The court said yes.
Continued on next page. At the sidebar.
Mr. Finkel said, "So, Your Honor, as this court knows, there is, every piece of evidence that's being offered at this trial is lawful. The seizure of the Bugatti was lawful. The seizure of the Lamborghini was lawful. If the defense counsel wants to ask, was a Bugatti found, or was a Lamborghini found at the Sherry Netherland? That's a fair question. But he should not suggest that the seizure of the Bugatti and the seizure of the Lamborghini were something outside a search warrant that the government wasn't lawfully permitted to do. That's number one. Number two, I don't understand the relevance of what was seized at other locations on other dates and times.
The court said, "So were the cars seized?"
Mr. Finkel said, "The Lamborghini was seized on March 15, 2023, in Connecticut, which Special Agent McNamara testified to. The Bugatti was seized, I think, about a month or so later from Post Oak."
The court said, "So he can ask, do you know anything about search warrants for cars?"
Mr. Finkel said, "That's fine. I just don't want them implying that the seizures were unlawful or improper."
The court said, "I do not think that the average person would get that impression at all."
Mr. Kamraju said, "First of all, Your Honor, my question didn't go anywhere near that. Secondly, Your Honor is going to instruct the jury that there were lawful seizures. This is just, in my opinion, fairly routine. Standard questions for an agent who conducted a search. I'm not trying to suggest that any search was unlawful. I don't have any reason to. If I would have challenged the search warrant. I'm just trying to get through the search."
Mr. Finkel said, "So, Your Honor, I'd ask at the conclusion of the cross that you instruct the jury. The government would request that all the seizures in this case were lawful."
Mr. Kamraju said, "That's part of your jury instructions at the end of the trial."
Mr. Finkel said, "But why are you asking the questions now?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "If I wanted to argue that the searches were unlawful, the time for it was before. No question I have asked suggests that the searches were unlawful. They know perfectly well that I'm allowed on cross or in summation to talk about where the cars were found. All I'm doing is saying."
Mr. Finkel said, "Your Honor."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Excuse me, Mr. Finkel. All I'm doing is saying that the FBI didn't go to that house to try to find a Bugatti or a Lamborghini or anything else. And they weren't found. I'm not saying it was improper for the FBI to do that. I'm not throwing any aspersions to it. I'll be done with there in 2 questions and then we'll be moving on."
Mr. Finkel said, "I have no objection to defense counsel asking was a Bugatti. Were you looking for a Bugatti? But not whether you had a search warrant for a Bugatti, because in fact, we did have one. We got one later."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Okay. I can clarify the question and say, you didn't have a search warrant for a Bugatti at the address of the Sherry Netherland."
Mr. Finkel said, "What is the relevance of saying search warrant? Why not just say, were you looking for a Bugatti there?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Frankly, that implies that the search might be unlawful."
Mr. Finkel said, "So that then you agree that the seizure of the Bugatti and the Lamborghini were lawful. Do you agree with that?"
Mr. Kamraju said, "Yes, because I did not file a motion to suppress."
Mr. Finkel said, "Then we should just have an instruction."
Mr. Kamraju said, "No."
The court said, "I don't think the instruction is necessary. You can ask the questions."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it."
In open court.
The court said, "You may continue."
By Mr. Kamraju.
All right. So I think I left off. There was no search warrant to seize a Lamborghini at that address either, right?
Not on March 15th, to my knowledge.
Okay. And to your knowledge there was no search warrant to seize a Ferrari from that address, right?
Not for March 15th, 2023, to my knowledge.
Mr. Kamraju said, okay. Now could we pull up GXSH 207, which I believe is already in evidence. Okay. So this is could we make sure the jury has it too, please? Thank you. All right. So this is the layout, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you prepare this diagram?
I did not.
The court said, "One moment, please."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor."
Pause.
The court said, "Go ahead."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Thank you. So you testified that you went out onto 2 different terraces, correct?"
Correct.
Okay. So on the diagram, I think there are 3 terraces that are identified. So could you just tell us which ones you want out and photographed?
Right. I recall the 2 longer ones. I see there's also a terrace in the master bedroom. I think I forgot to, when I was referencing the terraces, I forgot about that one.
The court said, "Mr. Kamraju, if you would tell me the number of this exhibit, the floor plan."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Yes, Your Honor. It is GXSH 207.
The court said, "Thank you."
Mr. Kamraju said, "Sure. Okay. But do you recall whether you took photographs on the 3rd terrace as well?"
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to reference my photo log.
Okay. Now before. You testified on direct about the elevator bay to enter the Sherry Netherlands apartment, right?
Correct.
Now the elevator goes up from the lobby up to the 18th floor, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're in the lobby, there's security, right?
I don't recall there being security that day, 'cause I think we were accessing through multiple elevators. There was a service elevator as well. So I'm not sure about the security guard's presence there.
So just so we're clear, the elevator that you took. Did that lead out into that elevator bay that you photographed or did you have to walk there?
I don't recall.
Mr. Kamraju said, "Okay. Could we have government exhibits GXSH 164, 166, and 167? Those 2 are fine for right now. Thanks. So you remember testifying on direct about these?
Yes.
Right? And you identified them as Brioni suits, right?
Yes.
And I think you said Brioni was a high-end men's suit company, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have no idea when these suits were bought, right?
Sorry. I didn't hear.
You have no idea when these suits were bought, right?
Correct. I don't know.
You have no idea when any article of clothing in the apartment was purchased, right?
Right.
You just came and took photographs of what you saw in the closet, right?
Correct.
Now let's stick with clothing. Mr. Kamraju said, "Can we go to GXSH 81 and 82? All right. You testified about taking photographs of these, right?
Yes.
Now is this how the clothes appeared in the apartment?
No. These were put there for the purpose of taking photographs.
And were they in any kind of wrapping or plastic before they were photographed?
I don't know.
Okay. Who would have put them here for you to take these photographs?
One of the members of the search team.
Okay.
The court said, "So it is now 3 p.m.
Mr. Kamraju said, "I thought I could do it, Your Honor. I'm sorry."
The court said, "So members of the jury, it's time for you to have your weekend. Remember that you're not allowed to discuss this case amongst yourselves, or with anyone else. Don't permit anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Don't read, watch, or listen to anything from any source about anything having to do with the subject matter of this case. I wish you a good weekend. We will start in the morning on Monday at 9:30. We're going back to the other schedule. 9 o'clock you'll have your breakfast ready for you. Have a good weekend.
The juror said, thank you.
Jury not present.
The court said, ma'am, you may step out. Don't discuss your testimony, and I'll need for you to be in the courtroom on Monday at 9:29.
The witness said, yes, Your Honor. Witness not present.
The court said, you may be seated. Is there anything before we break for the weekend?
Mr. Kamraju said, not from the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Finkel said, nor the government. Have a nice weekend.
The court said, have a nice weekend.
Mr. Kamraju said, thank you, Your Honor.
Adjourned to June 10, 2024, at 9 a.m.